Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, today we are going to be doing pretty much the usual sort of stuff, like the usual weekly things that you almost always do on Fridays, so that means, I should probably put that audio back on. We're going to be doing the custom deliveries that we're currently doing, which is Nago. Simple as that. We need to just deliver some tribe sundries, which I have 6 of already made. I'm actually just remembering, did I need to spend these on something. Kind of forgot about that, because I am probably gonna end up maxing out on those, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead and check here. 170 times 6, that is... Oh yeah, that's 1020. I do not have enough space for that, so let's just quickly go and spend those. Yeah, we're basically gonna deliver these things. That's gonna max out Nago's rep, or whatever this is called, the satisfaction. That's what it's apparently called. To max, I guess, which should finish up her entire thing. There is still like things regarding that stuff. I'm forgetting where I find that. Items? Nope. It's under here. I don't remember what this is under now. There's basically like some achievements that deal with basically delivering a certain amount of things. Okay, it's apparently carrots in general, I guess. But if I scroll far enough down, I guess. Where the hell are they? Okay, so here's basically all the different people that need to like deliver things to X amount of times. And that's not where it is after all. There's basically like a category of like achievements where it's if you donate X amount of things to one of the characters, you basically get here it is. I'm basically still doing it for Slowy, because I need to do that 150 times in total. I need to deliver things to her, which is 6 per week. Actually, quickly calculate that again. Let's see, I currently have 69 deliveries, so 150 minus 69, that is 81. Divide that by 6, that is 66. 13 and a half weeks of deliveries to Slowy that I still need to do. Yeah, it's a slow process. And that will basically just net me a title that's Slowy's best friend. And there's this same thing for Nago, 150 deliveries. That gives you a title. And then there's for like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other people that you can deliver things to. Alright, let's see here. I need to basically get something. Let's see. I have some of these already. Yep, I've bought some of those. Let's get this one. Alright, I can basically go and deliver those things to Nago without running out of stuff. Or rather, without wasting white scripts. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Custom deliveries for Nago. Slowly, I'm just gonna do on my own time. Then there's Dome and Enclave. We need to go and deliver or donate things to those guys. 20,000 again. The rate has increased actually. Nice. And then apart from that, we have some B-stripe stuff because I have maxed out the Ananta rep, so we need to do their blue quest, which in turn is going to unlock the allied B-stripe quests for Stormblood, which is also the last expansion that actually has allied B-stripe quests, because apparently Shadowbringers doesn't have them. And I don't think Endwalker has all of the B-stripes yet. I think I can't remember if they've already gotten them this patch, like patch 6.1, or if they're getting it in patch 6.1 something. I don't remember.
For the ones we left behind, and for the ones we've still got to look after. Let's do some good today, Shauna.
But yeah, there's basically just a ton of, or yeah, essentially there's like no B-stripes, allied B-stripe quests later on. I don't really know why they haven't done that. Maybe they got tired of it. Who knows?
One glance is all it takes for the memories to come flooding back. Never had a knack for weaving, but it's never too late to learn, I suppose. You've my heartfelt thanks for these, and my parents besides. I'd like to think the tribe is doing all right these days, but every bit helps.
Let's get through the text now.
You've my heart. You.
Okay. 75. Culinarian.
You've my.
And yep. 80. Section left.
One glance is all. You've my heartfelt thanks. Thank you so much for all your help, Shauna. I think it's safe to say that the tribe will be overjoyed to receive these supplies. Everyone in the village was overjoyed to receive our supplies. Both the quality and quantity surpassed their expectations. It puts my mind at ease to know that the tribe has what it needs, and that we'll be able to continue sending regular payments to the beneficiaries of our fund for the foreseeable future. Mother? What are you doing here in the Reach? I know you're awfully busy with your duties and the fund, but there was something I wanted to say when you visited before, but couldn't. Come home, Nago. All Amigo is free. You've done enough for these people. Come home and be with your family again. But mother, I have responsibilities here. To the families of your comrades, I know. And I think what you're doing is wonderful, but I worry you place their needs ahead of your own. You deserve to live your own life, to do what you want. What makes you happy? I am doing what makes me happy, mother. Don't you see? Helping these people in this way, and there's so much more we can do. I know it's not the life you had in mind for me. It's not what I had in mind when I was younger either. But after everything I've been through, everything I've shared with my brothers and sisters in arms, I can't just walk away. It won't make up for what they've lost. No amount of gil weighs the same as a loved one's soul. But, it's better than nothing. So no, I won't go back. This is the life I chose, and I've no regrets. Still have that same fire in your eyes and steel in your voice you had when you said you wanted to join the resistance. Can't blame a mother for trying, can you? I respect your decision, and I'll say no more on it. All I ask is that you come and visit more. Much more. I'll see what I can do, Mother. Well, that was unexpected, though not entirely unwelcome. It's good to remember where you came from, and why you did what you did. Anyway, now that we've finished with our efforts to help my village, I'd like to concentrate our efforts solely on doing what we can for the resistance and the families in need. With your help, that is. Assuming I can still count on it. Whatever you are able and willing to provide is all I ask, Shauna.
Nago could not be happier with your efforts. She now considers you a champion of widows and orphans. Through your efforts, the fund will provide substantial benefits to the families of the fallen resistance fighters for some time. It seems, however, that Nago has a different sort of favor to ask of you.
Okay.
So, I imagine you're wondering exactly what sort of deliveries I had in mind. Frankly, I say why not focus on ourselves and what the resistance could use? Materials always appreciated, among other things. Rebuilding All Amigo's going to take everything we can muster. Artisans like you will have a reliable client in us. Everything you've got and more, we'll take it.
Future requests will be selected at random from all those you have seen thus far, with the list refreshed once a week, Earth time. You may review the items currently in demand at any time. Note that resistance material, yellow kudzu roots, and purple bucklers will earn you particularly handsome rewards. Whenever they make an appearance, the effort to procure them will be worth your while.
It's kind of the same thing with the Slowy. There being special things that just provide more.
Shauna, you've done more than your fair share for the fund. Wouldn't want to impose upon you further, not right now. Rest up and come round another time, all right?
You have delivered the weekly maximum.
So it doesn't show anything with glamour, I guess, for Imnago, but yeah, there's basically like certain things you can have that basically there's a like you deliver that it basically just gives like a higher, like bigger reward, more XP, all that sort of stuff. Alright, so time to head over to... I just remembered I can't just do it that way. I need to do this because for some reason they decided not to make a clickable thing that takes you to Doman Enclave in Yangtze. I still don't know why they didn't do that. It seems like a logical thing to do. So let's see here. We need to deliver 200 worth, 20,000 worth rather. It's 180 rate. That's way too much. Okay, so let's see here. Come on, phone. Work with me, please. Damn it. Okay, so let's see here. 500 times 1.8. That is 900, or he says it there. Okay, 20,000 divided by 900. It's 22.2. That means that if I go ahead and say that into 22, and let's see. We have 900 times 22, that is 19,200, so I need something that is below, something that's around a little over 100, I believe. There's a price, maybe. Let's see here. Do one of these materia. That's gonna be just slightly off, like 12-ish off. If nothing that's like about 33. That's a bit too much, fortunately. Guess I could try maybe and sell some of these. Let's see. 4 times. If I take 28 of these, it's gonna be pretty much there. It's gonna be like okay, that was not calculated fully then correctly. Okay, I guess I just need to take one more eye potion then. There we go. It goes like 3 above. But I think that's fine.
On behalf of the Shizenkai, Shauna, I thank you for your support. In case you were unaware, Master Tsurunuki's section of the yard is finally complete. The carpenters and metal workers are now capable of producing all manner of products for the people of Doma. That racket you might be able to hear is them, already working up a storm. My accounts would not do it justice, though. Would you like to go and see?
Guess we need to go and check that out then. Okay, this is definitely looking. It's been a lot of stuff has happened. Got buckets. I think that's chairs. Not entirely sure. Pots and pans, and knives. I don't really know what that's supposed to be. I have a forge. Everything, and working area. Did I think they taken the app before, but I think it's like been upgraded a bit. Nice. Oh, and what the hell is... Oh, that's probably the housing they're also doing. That's probably it for the people that came from Eosia. That's probably what this is. Okay.
Warrior of legend. Hold a moment. Duty calls. The kettles, man, the kettles. The ones from yesterday with mangled handles and twisted spouts. Kawanami's lot. We saw to it already. Should be out front. Have you seen a pack of knife blades, by the way? 7, just sharpened. I can't seem to find them anywhere. Never mind the blades. I had the boy take them to be fitted for handles. Start on the cauldrons, but leave the big one for me.
A maelstrom of chaos, and at the heart of it, Master Tsurunuki, I presume?
Chaos indeed. Such a discordant racket of hammering and angry shouting as can be heard all the way down on the docks. Bah! The chorus of hard-working men going about their business as they should. What of it? Come to complain about the noise, have you? Incorrigible. Utterly incorrigible. Even after I allowed resources to be diverted to your projects. Wahahaha. The greater need was ours. A bitter loser, you are. Such pride and passion, is your competition so all-consuming? My love for Doma is all-consuming. What we do for her. 100 pots, 1,000 hammers, tools we craft to put in our countrymen's hands. Without the bucket to haul water or the hoe to till the soil, what is a field but dirt? What is a man without the means to better his lot? Then forge for me a paper knife. A knife of surpassing sharpness which will pass through 500, nay, 1,000 sheets of paper cleanly in a single stroke. Wahahaha. Consider it done. You'll have your knife before your next batch of kozo has finished cooking.
I think, they may have come to an understanding. In any event, we need only to finish the paper mill. I pray the Shizenkai can continue to count on you for support.
Construction of the yard is proceeding apace, and Tsurunuki and Araragi have come to an understanding, or something to that effect. As you continue to contribute...
That's just the ending bit of text that always plays. I'm just gonna skip that. Okay. And apparently ventures are starting to finish up once that started. For my retainers. Alright. Let's check this again. And yep, there's more stuff that's finished.
Thank you. To be honest, I never thought this day would come. The 10,000 stalls, complete. The yard, complete. All the projects we planned, everything we aspired to achieve, complete. On this momentous occasion, Master Araragi wished to speak with us both. If you have a moment, I should be glad if you would accompany me.
Okay.
It is well you are here, at the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Over there, you can observe our apprentices engaged in what many find to be the most fascinating part of the paper-making process. One must dip the frame in the vat and withdraw it, cast off the excess, and repeat until the sheet is formed, after which it is removed. The goal is to produce at least 1,000 per day. Once pressed, dried, and cut, these sheets will be sold as is, or fashioned into various works of art for sale. Depending on the intended use, the paper will be finished differently, of course. Our botanists are already hard at work harvesting the kozo fibers needed in sufficient quantities to keep our people busy. As well they must, for Doman paper is always in demand. Artisans in Hingashi and throughout the Far East say there is no better material for their paper craft. But it is one thing to speak of paper craft, and another to see it firsthand. Come with me, if you would.
Ooh.
It's so beautiful.
There was a time when I believed the Doma I knew as a child was forever lost. But when I look on what we have built, I see how wrong I was. There you are, Kozakura. And Master Araragi is with you. Very good. Ah, Hosen. Have you word from our partners? Were they satisfied with the samples we provided? More than satisfied, sir. They increased their order by 30%. That is why I was searching for you, to deliver the good tidings. Hear that, Ironhead. The Eorzeans are clamoring for my wares. Gloat all you want, Paper Tiger. I'll best you yet. Why the tears, child? My venom was for Araragi, not you.
Pray forgive me my outburst. It's just that, to see the 10,000 stalls and the yard finished, and everyone so happy. I'm so relieved.
Dry your tears, child, and raise your head. Our work, your work, is far from finished. How are you to lead us if you are so easily felled by sentiment? Here. Do not go and pat yourself on the back just yet. The Shizenkai has a duty to Doma, and much of the Enclave still wants for your attention. Our nation, our people, will rise to glory once more. You'll be with us when we do, am I right, Shauna?
Yep. Yard complete.
The people
Thanks.
of Doma celebrate the long-awaited completion of the yard. As you continue to contribute to the Shizenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change?
Okay, got Biodoma 2. Achievement, and that gives nothing. Won't get anything until I've done with the 5th phase, apparently. Just philanthropist. Alright. Kind of curious, actually. In order to get this one, how much do I need to donate, actually? Let's see here. Doman Enclave, reconstruction. Construction progress. Let's see. Okay, so apparently I have actually gotten now access to stuff from the Junkmonger in the Doman Enclave. Who is down there? He apparently will start selling things once you donate, or special things once you basically have donated a total of 110,000. Gil, and you'll basically get more and more as you progress. Basically, every time you get a new achievement after that, you basically get more things. currently we basically have access to something called Dothari Loth, Sagaset, Amesikuset, Fool's Threshold, and Victory or Death Orchestral Roll. And then there's basically just more stuff that will unlock as we move on, which is basically just housing items, orchestral rolls, and a piece of armor. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Is there more cutscenes, perhaps?
Though it pains me to do so.
The Shazen.
Nope. We have reached that.
I hope
Uh,
with the 10, whatever reason. Perhaps this will give you a sense of how much progress we have made thus far.
okay, so let's see here. We've done it at least 110,000. So let's see here. Okay, so that's that map that has been made. Is that we're currently at the 110,000 step. So still need to donate. How much is it again? 160,000 war gil. So still got a ways to go. But we're at least slowly getting there. Oh yeah, also has that increased. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Maybe I just can't see it right now. Okay, we now have access to this, which is a crafting material which is used for what? Wind up Sadu. Let me just take a while to quickly check something here. Okay, so apparently wind-up sadus are actually sold for a decent amount on the market board. And the cloth is not tradable, okay. And there's the saga set of this, or this. This one is, but no one is selling it. I guess there isn't really any reason to sell it either. Let's see, we haven't seen that one. There is Fool's Threshold. This thing which is apparently candy and sake. Okay. Just curious how you craft this. You need royal fern, twin silk, and what's that yarn? Okay. Okay, twin threads. There's this. Those two components are craftable, but then there's just royal fern. How do you get that? Royal fern, Final Fantasy 14. Okay, you apparently get that from growing a plant called, or from gardening basically. You need to plant a royal fern sorry, which takes 5 days to grow. And you need to do intercross or crossbreeding certain things. And apparently you need to do that with old world figs and blood peppers. Old world figs, I believe you can gather. Yep, that's in the Dorian Forelands. I've collected several of those because I kind of wanted to do some gardening thing in order to get the Narian onions. But yeah, I haven't really done that. And blood pepper seeds are gotten also from crossbreeding. You need to do that with glaze nut seeds and chive seeds. And glaze nut seeds are obtained through more crossbreeding. But you can do it with old world figs and prickly pineapple seeds. And that's probably the easiest one because you can get that in Eastern Lunacy from a botanist thing. And then you need to do more stuff with to get the chives. That's basically just an entire like process in order to get the royal fern. I'm curious, how much does that sell for? That's actually very, very cheap. 470 apparently is seemingly, at least with the current information that I have here, the lowest price, or technically 471, since that is for one of them. But yeah. And I think that's because some people have been undercutting like fucking crazy. Because apparently some of the lower numbers is like 60 something thousand. And then someone undercut it by like 50,000 down to like 10,505 it seems. And then it basically just went like to 7,000, 6,000, 3,000, 1,000, then just down until it hit like 400-ish. Jesus. I feel like you could probably like just buy out a ton of those things and just reset the market, essentially. I'll use this. Let's see. Oh yeah, then it's time for the Anta blue quest, and then whatchamacallit, the Allied Beast Ride quests. And I probably should look up quickly here. Stormblood. Allied Beast Ride quests. And let's see, where does that one start? That's one starts in Kugana. Okay, so once we've done that one, celebratory smorgasbord, we need to head to Kugana in order to continue with the, or rather, in order to start the Allied Beast Tribe quests.
Oh, there you are. You're just in time. Gales. We need you too. I'm hosting a feast for a few friends of the gatekeepers. It's a small show of thanks for all your support. Of course, you're all invited, but I'll need some help. Gales, could you take care of the food and drink? Leave it to me. You can expect the finest cuisine Eorzea has to offer. Shauna, could I ask you to deliver these invitations? There's one for Mjetia and another for Talamoko. In the meantime, Jay Olhman and I will start getting the place ready.
Okay. I'll just teleport up there and then down to the Peering Stones. I don't really feel like flying all the way to these locations.
Greetings. What brings you to Castrum Morians today?
Cruelly penned but well-intended invitation to a dinner party.
A banquet? It sounds a lot more fancy than the mess hall grub I'm used to. Before I attend, I must consult my tomes on Gyrabanian etiquette. I shall join you anon.
Okay. And he's doing exercises.
Ah, Shauna. Up for another adventure, eh? Haha. Alp is full of surprises. And I assume J. Olhaman will be there too? I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'll meet you there soon.
Okay. Alright, so back to Alba. And I'm gonna assume that there's probably something that's gonna get messed up somehow. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
They accepted our invitations. Did you hear that? It sounds like there's a commotion outside the gate. I'd better deal with this before the meal.
Just between you and me, Alba's really come into her own since that incident with the Kaliana. Why don't you go and see for yourself?
Okay.
What happened? I was passing through the woods when some sort of monster grabbed me from the bushes. Damn near pulled my arm off. I didn't stick around to see what it was, I just made a run for it. You're in the care of the gatekeepers now. Rest well. We will look into this. J. Olhaman, help him to the infirmary and see that his chocobo is looked after. There may be others who've been attacked. Send a griffin rider to survey the area.
Understood. Come along, sir. The chirurgeons will take care of that arm.
Normally I'd ask you to assist in culling wild beasts, but we can handle this. It can't have gone far. Let's move out.
That poor bloke and his chocobo should be fine now. There don't seem to have been any other casualties, so let's just wait for Alba to get back.
We finally found the culprit. It didn't put up much of a fight.
You've become quite the battle maid. Not afraid to get your hands dirty, are you? Well, let's go with this one.
Haha, high praise indeed coming from you.
In the beginning, I wasn't sure you'd make much of a captain. But much to my surprise, you're not all that terrible.
Humph. A backhanded compliment if ever there was one, but I'll take it. Anyway, we have a few things to prepare for the feast. Our guests will be here soon.
Right. And speak with Alba again. Okay. And I believe it should... Why is that person just standing there? This should basically make it so that we are bloodsworn.
The meal is almost ready. I hope you're hungry.
And I believe I actually unlocked a few more items I can buy to become bloodsworn.
Although you're not officially members of the Velodina Gatekeepers, J. Olhaman and I want to show our appreciation for your support.
I am very grateful for your kind invitation, though I must admit, I am rather unaccustomed to formal dining.
Formal. Forget about that. Just eat, drink, and be merry. Drink, eh. We have more than enough if you're interested in a little contest. Ah. Spirits don't really agree with me.
Come on, M-Jet. Show us what the future nun of the M tribe can do.
Well, since you put it like that, how can I refuse? Gales, I accept your challenge.
Oh, that's gonna go bad.
I have a case of vintage Iraq from Alagairi to get us started. There's so much food, we'll need Gales and M-Jet to tear themselves away from their drinking game to help carry it.
M-Jet. Are you all right? Evidently not. I think I've lost my appetite.
Don't just stand there. Get a mop.
Oh no.
Ye gods. How did he get it on the ceiling?
Oh god.
It looks like they're a bit preoccupied.
I guess he couldn't hold his liquor. Jesus.
Ahem. I'd like to say a few words. When I was made captain of the Gatekeepers, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. It wasn't easy at first, but I couldn't be more delighted with how everything has turned out. Of course, we couldn't have done any of this without your support. If you ever need anything at all from the Gatekeepers, consider it done. The same goes for you. My blade is ever at your service. I've turned my life around, and it's all thanks to the Gatekeepers. It would be my pleasure to carry on working here.
I have the perfect title for you. How does the Grand Guardian of Jirabanya sound?
That's the worst one yet.
I think I'll stick around as your second in command, if you don't mind.
What the fuck is happening with my monitor right now? Or TV that I use as my monitor? It had like basically a bunch of just lines go across it. Jesus. We're all very proud of you, Alba. You'd like to have such great friends, especially me. Let's go with the top one.
Has someone been cutting onions?
It's happening a lot now. Those
You have
lines.
achieved Bloodsworn reputation with the Vera. You will receive an experience point bonus upon completion.
Okay. It didn't say anything about new items, but I believe I should have some. Yeah, I'm wrong. Oh, nope, I am. Right, I can get that. True Griffin mount. Now we basically have this one, which I think it was from like Collector's Edition, and then True Griffin. Nice, and it actually has a ability thing. Okay, so we needed to then head to Gugan in order to get the Allied B-Strike quest. Okay, so where exactly is this person at again? Let's see. 13.1 and 9.8. Ah, is that one up there? An Ansem Maid's Tale. It's the quest.
Mistress Majula. Hancock sent me to look for you. I'm glad to have found you so close by. He said he needs to meet with you, but wasn't clear on the details. I suppose he'd rather explain it to you in person. Would you mind taking a moment to speak with him? He's over at the harbor. Thank you. Just make your way to Pier number 2, if you please. I'll let Hancock know he can find you there.
Let's Pier number 2 then. Which is... it's just right over there. Let's quickly teleport over here.
Shauna, my friend. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming to meet me, though I confess that I knew you would. You are such an agreeable sort, always ready to help your friends and close acquaintances. There's no need for such facial exertion, my request is a straightforward one. As it happens, I've been asked to escort a few members of the Alamagan resistance on a tour of Kyogane. It seems they are interested in seeing the fortifications that have allowed Hingashi to survive as an isolationist nation for so long. I've never met them, and it occurred to me that the presence of someone such as yourself, who has an established rapport with the resistance, might smoothen our introduction. What say you?
Right, you are my bosom companion. I just have to stand there, fine. Let's go with the top one.
Good to hear. Particularly as they'll be here any moment. By my estimation, they should be disembarking just about now. Aha, and right I am. Esteemed members of the Resistance, welcome to Kyogane. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hancock of the East Aldnard Trading Company, and I will be your guide to this fair city. I appreciate your coming to meet us. I'm Alpa, captain of the Velodyna Gatekeepers.
And I'm Jay Olhaman, Alpa's second in command. Pleasure to meet you. Is that you, Shauna? Fancy meeting you here, of all places.
What a pleasant surprise. Are you here to show us around? Now that is an excellent proposal, Miss Alpa. I'm certain the two of you would feel more at ease seeing the city with someone you know. Don't you agree, Shauna? In that case, I shall leave the role of guide to you. Meanwhile, I can secure accommodations for our guests.
Okay.
I get the feeling that you didn't have much choice there. Sorry about all this.
If it's all right, I'd like to visit the castle first. I'm eager to see its fortifications.
Okay, we just moved straight up here immediately. Okay.
Impressive. Visually speaking, anyhow.
Yeah, pretty big walls, to be honest.
It's beautiful.
It does look nice, but I can't imagine its much use as a fortress. Too decorative.
What unusual attire. I can see you are not native to Kyogene. May I ask where you hail from? By the kami, that tale is real? Are you a mermaid? Don't be absurd. I'm no mermaid, I'm an Ananta.
There are many like Alpa in Alamigo, our homeland. There's no need to be alarmed.
Ah, so you are of a Western race, then. Pardon me, I jumped to conclusions. It can be somewhat dull guarding the gate here, particularly as only an utter fool would try to break in, so I sometimes let my imagination get the best of me. It's all right, no offense taken. But if you have a moment, would you mind telling us more about this castle? I'm curious as to how a single guard at the gate is sufficient to keep it secure. Of course. I'm no expert, but I will gladly teach you what I know. Consider it an apology for my rudeness. The central keep that towers above us is of a complex and strategic make, incorporating myriad defensive elements. As you can see, the most prominent part of the facade features regular openings from which to unleash a veritable hail of arrows or musket rounds. We call these sama, and they make it nigh on impossible for an enemy to approach from the front. Similarly, those unlucky souls who attempt to scale the walls are like to be met by tumbling boulders or boiling oil released by those manning the many brattices. Should one somehow manage to infiltrate the castle proper, he will find it a trial to get out again, for the pathways inside are like a maze by design. To think something could be so elegant in both form and function. I'm impressed. All that said, the castle has been taken before. Not too long ago, an unscrupulous sort named Kageyama and his underlings managed to sneak in during one of the Bujjo's galas, taking advantage of the stream of people entering the castle. Which mainly goes to show that all of the clever defenses in the world mean nothing if you fail to check who's coming through the front door. A most instructive tale. Thank you. I had a feeling that I would find you here. Your accommodations are ready. Since your journey was a long one, I recommend that you stop for a soak in Kyogene's famed hot springs before you continue your sightseeing. I can personally vouch for their efficacy in soothing body and soul.
In that case, how could we refuse?
That's settled, then. Just make your way to the Bakaro Inn at your leisure. I must return to the Ruby Bazaar, but I've ensured that you will find everything in order. My first Hingen Hot Springs. I hope you'll join us, Shauna.
Okay. I have to.
She really is like a fairy tale mermaid come to life. The other bathers are in for a surprise.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely gonna be a surprise for most people there. Okay, so let's see, I guess cancel that one. And then up to the inn.
This inn is spectacular, I've never seen anything like it. And to think that we can just go right in. I wish I could show it to Gales, though it might be safer not to. Anyway, Jay Olhaman went inside to change ages ago, but it doesn't seem like she's coming out anytime soon. She does wear an awful lot of armor. Why don't we have a look around while we wait for her? There's no harm in that, right?
So I guess she is down here. Yep.
Seeing it has only made me want to get in more. Jay Olhaman won't mind if we meet her in the water, right? Right. So let's go, unless you need some time to change into your bathing suit as well. I hear it's customary to wear one, at least in Kugana.
Don't remember, do I actually have a glamour for... I do, for bathing suit. I guess switch over to that and... Alright, that's...
Seeing it has only made me want... Jail.
I guess they give you an option so you don't go in like full-on armor. In case you wanted to like look, I don't know, more correct.
This feels wonderful. I'm so glad we came to Hingashi.
It is nice to properly relax once in a while.
Look there. Is that a mermaid? That tail, those scales. Unmistakably a mermaid. I can't believe they've been real this whole time. And right here in our hot springs. This is ridiculous, I'm clearly no fish.
Haha. I suppose people who've never seen an Ananta just don't know what else to make of you.
Well, I never. Mermaids in the bath.
Why does that guy seem familiar?
Did someone say mermaid?
Of course it's that guy.
What's this? A seeker. And one with most unfortunate features, at that.
Not as unfortunate as your manners. And I would say something about the creepy mask, but I reckon the face beneath is even worse.
Now, am I meant to believe that you don't recognize me, N-Hazajab? You certainly have the look of an Eorzean, but perhaps my legacy has not yet reached whatever drab little corner of the realm you call home. Yes, on closer inspection I can see that our Far Eastern friends simply mistook serpent for fish. Not that it matters for my purposes, of course. I can hardly believe that I came upon a convincing substitute so soon.
That's enough of your leering.
What are you doing? Get your hands off of me.
Alba? I swear, you masked maniac, if you've done something to Alba.
It's funny. I thought only to make a bit of coin on my travels through this foreign land, but it seems the Beastman and I are simply meant to be. In any case, I'll be helping myself to this one. I welcome a challenge, so feel free to hunt me down, if you can. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha.
When was that orb that he was holding? Okay, might as well just grab that. And how many things do I need to? It's 5 pieces of gear. Hey there, Raxon. Welcome to the stream. Let's see here. Wait, that's not 5. I need to just do it on 4. Nice, let's see that one. Remove glamour. And do it on that. On the pants. And on the shoes. There we go. Back to normal gear. And that one back.
Hell's take that N has a. And what is he, anyway? I can't believe he managed to snatch Alp right out from under us. No, now's not the time. Our first priority needs to be tracking them down. Thankfully, if the locals' reactions so far are anything to go by, I'm sure they stood out. We can start by asking around.
What questline is this? This is the Stormblood Beast, or Stormblood Allied Beast Tribe questline. You basically unlock it by getting all 3 beast tribes in Stormblood to Bloodsworn, I believe it is, rank. And I've basically done all their quests. And then you basically have the ability to start the Antamate's Tale here in Kugane. If I remember correctly, it was like located around here, the start for the quest. If I remember correctly, it's supposed to like unlock a few, I don't know, things you can buy from different vendors, and I believe also I think it also unlocks an emote. I think it does. And I think you also get an achievement. Plus, I think there was a 3rd item you also get.
Hey, Miko TE, ma'am. I'm afraid I don't quite know what you mean.
Oh, right. I'm talking about someone with ears like mine. Male. A bit odd in the facial area. He might have been behaving strangely, too. Does that ring a bell?
Ah, so you folks are called Miko TE. I've seen quite a few of you around Kugane of late. And there was a man fitting that description over by the short pier, when I passed by not too long ago.
I guess we're headed seaside then. Thanks for your help.
Why hasn't she like changed over to some, I don't know, normal clothes? Let's see. What the fastest way to be over there? I guess just. I guess I could teleport, but eh. I'll just run there. Don't really think it's gonna be that much difference in terms of like running / teleporting. Let's see. Down here. Yep. Ah, he's here.
The Miko TE before you is slumbering vigorously. Though he seems to be in a bad way, he is unmistakably alive and will probably survive without your intervention.
Why the hell is he here?
This is not what I was expecting, in a variety of ways. Now that we've found him, I suppose we ought to make sure that he doesn't die. We're going to need him to wake up first, though. I don't know, maybe poke him in the face?
Okay, I don't know if there's something completely wrong with the TV that I'm currently using as my main monitor, but it just like blanked out for a second there, and it keeps having like weird lines going across it, so I don't know if it's about to like die or something. This seems to like be somewhat, I don't know what to call it, stable in certain ways. I seem to remember it also having like, I don't know, part of it being kind of bashed in a way. It is also a little bit old, to be honest. Probably think about maybe getting a new monitor, to be honest, because this is also an old TV. That has been used for like several years by my little brother as a monitor.
And you're sure he's not already dead? In that case, we'll have to get creative. And I have just the thing. Well, he does, anyhow. Just as I thought, he never leaves home without his Mark XIV grenades. I assume he took the time to remove some of the powder after his prior experiences, so they should be safe enough. Lob one in his general direction, would you?
I don't know if that's the best idea.
Just in case.
Don't know if that's a good idea considering the like guards here in Kugana. Probably not gonna be happy with that.
ARGH. I believe I at last truly grasped the meaning of the phrase a rude awakening. Which is to say, ow. Make no mistake, I am delighted to see you, Shauna, but I would appreciate it if you would put a little more thought into your method of greeting next time. I was having such a nice dream, too.
I can't say I expected quite that large of an explosion. I thought for sure you'd remember to take the powder out this time. But why are you here, anyway?
Gah. J. Olhaman. Your attire is rather less present than usual.
Ah. Now that you mention it, I did forget to put my uniform back on, didn't I? More importantly, though, we have a serious problem on our hands. Amjet? Are you listening to me?
Can't handle her in that outfit.
Yes, I'm listening. And definitely making a normal amount of eye contact. But never mind that, Alpa's been kidnapped. I saw her being carried away by a man with the most peculiar mask.
You saw him?
Yes. Yes. As it happens, I stowed away on your ship to get here. And that went perfectly smoothly, thank you very much, until you two disembarked and ran off, leaving me without a clue where to go. As I was wandering about aimlessly, as one does, I saw the masked man with Alpa in tow. I called out to them, and he hit me. Without so much as a warning. Before I fully lost consciousness, however, I witnessed something vital, he and Alpa boarding a small boat. I'm positive they were headed out to sea.
Then there's not a moment to waste. We'll board a ship at once. You too, Amjet.
Of course, I would never abandon Alpa in her time of need. In fact, I shall begin scanning the seas in search of any passing vessel that can carry us away right this moment. Feel free to, say, put on a code while I do.
Okay. And she still hasn't put on her
Just
usual
compliment
outfit.
her like a normal person? It's my first time seeing her wear anything but armor. What do you want from me?
Oh god, alright. Ruby seas under ruby skies.
Kerr. Just wait till I get my hands on that Enheza A jab. At least we have some idea where he's heading with Alpa, thanks to Amjet. I've decided to reward him by not pushing him into the sea, even though he's making it so very tempting. More importantly, where do you reckon we should start our search? They likely passed by the ruby price? Well, what are we waiting for?
J. Olhaman. Where are you going?
She's probably to go get changed, I'm assuming. Okay, let's see here. Gonna head up to a aetherite crystal and teleport out to the ruby price. Yep, armor.
Finding Alpa is my first priority. What, can't you tell?
Right. Now that we're here, let's split up and ask whether anyone has seen a masked Miko and a mermaid about.
An excellent plan. It's nice to have everything back to normal.
This had better not be about my attire again. If you hadn't noticed, Alpa has been kidnapped by a masked maniac, so go find some eyewitnesses before I change my mind about drowning you.
I never did get to tell her that her swimsuit was fetching, but at least I managed not to make a fool of myself.
I like her a lot, to be honest. Okay, overzealous cannoneer.
A man wearing a sinister mask? He certainly hasn't passed through here. I would know, I've been looking for suspicious persons to fire at all day.
Okay. Any eyewitnesses? Oh.
A suspicious man with a mermaid. Ha ha ha, very funny. You Westerners and your jokes.
Okay, speak with Yeoman.
Any luck? You too, hey? It seems we've hit a dead end here. I haven't the slightest idea what to do now, though.
Yig.
What has he gotten himself into this time? Come on, Shauna.
Oh.
What is the meaning of this? First you burst out of the water like some sort of sea monster, and now you threaten me with a blade? I don't even know who you are. Or what you are. You know not what you stole from me, but you shall come to regret it. Tsukumo is more precious than any treasure. Return him at once. Help me, Shauna. I'm being beset by this, turtle. Man. Turtle man. Shauna. What an odd coincidence. Or not a coincidence at all, since you two seem to know each other. In which case, you have my apologies. I should not have drawn my blade without preamble. Think nothing of it. As the future leader of the M tribe, I was not at all alarmed by your sudden, menacing advance. Not in the least. I'm M Jetia, by the way. And any friend of Shauna's is a friend of mine. I am honored to meet you. My name is Kabuto, and I lead the Blues Divine Circle.
The name's Jay Olhaman, I'm with the Velodyna Gatekeepers in Alamigo. Can I ask why you were on the point of skewering M-Jet?
In my haste, I unfortunately mistook him for a thief who recently snatched Tsukumo from my helmet. What, precisely, is this Tsukumo? You seem rather keen on getting it back. Tsukumo is my dearest companion and guide, who once walked beside me as a Karakuri puppet blessed with a soul. He is now present only as materia, but continues to watch over me.
Wait, wasn't Enheza holding something that looked an awful lot like materia when we saw him at the hot springs? Could that have been Tsukumo?
That's what it
If
was.
so, it would mean that he robbed Kabuto before kidnapping Alpa, and that we almost certainly won't find him on the Ruby Sea.
But why not?
If it were me, I wouldn't want to risk my prize being retaken by its rightful owner, and fending Kabuto off would be a sight more difficult with Alpa in tow. I'd put money on Enhaza having made for land as quickly as possible.
A reasonable conclusion. Assuming he was headed for Uthard, the most direct route would have taken him through the village of Isari.
To Isari we go, then. We'll follow your lead, Kabuto.
Okay. Yep, over there, so... Teleport to Onokoro, since that's way faster to just fly from there. Yeah, I completely forgot about this thing that I haven't talked about yet during the stream. So, as anyone who watched my stream like Saturday last week might remember, I was pretty excited to see if I had won a house in Ishgard that I had managed to bid on, and I had like an 11% chance or something like that, but I didn't win it. However, it turns out I was one of the unlucky people that was hit by that had a glitched plot. In that the whole housing system was kind of glitched in a lot of ways. It basically had a bug that seemed to happen randomly where something would happen with like the lottery system that basically like would draw a person, and the housing server that basically like manages who like has won the server, like who is basically like the person who won the lottery and is able to purchase it. There was basically like some fuck up with that, so the lottery system would basically like draw a person of the people possible to win, and then it would have like two things that could happen apparently. It could either send information correctly so that, hey, the person would be able to buy the house that wanted it, or it messed up somehow, basically picked a person, but the data wasn't sent correctly, so the person that wanted was number 0, which shouldn't be possible. So, and since I was one of those, Square Enix is apparently now trying to come up with some solution. We don't have any exact like time for when it will hold on, what is that? Just got a Discord notification from my FC, I believe. That. But yeah, essentially they're trying to figure out how to basically fix things, and apparently if you were one of the participants on one of the houses where it messed up, it apparently doesn't matter if you pulled out your money or retrieved your money with the fact that you lost, or if you kept it in, you will still be able to basically get the house if you want it, because they still have all the data and are currently, first of all, just trying to figure out like what they need to do in order to fix the problem, and that they need to test it a bit. But once they have things working, they're apparently going to have some sort of way to, I guess, allow the player that basically won the house, because every single plot that basically had like people in the lottery, or that basically had like people trying to buy them through the lottery, all of the houses have winners. Some of them just didn't like get it correctly because of the server communication fuck up. So if I'm, for example, the one who actually won it, I should apparently through some method. I still don't know exactly what the method is. Be able to go to the plot and basically just pay for the money, or pay the money or the gil that I need to pay for the house, and then I'll get it. But we don't know yet when that's gonna like be checked or fixed, unless, let me just quickly check the lodestone actually, if they have put out more information. There's more information that came out today. Huh. Would you look at that? Okay. Okay, that was apparently released at like 11:30 today. Let me just... let me just... There we go. Okay, so... quickly... stretch it like this. Okay, so here's basically the information that we got. Let's see. Hello, this is OGP. Once again, I want to apologize. I'll explain our progress on the steps we laid out in the previous follow-up. They basically like add a bunch of steps in this lodestone thing with like things that they would do in order, like how long they expected it to ish take, like 1 business day, several, like 3 to 5 business days, things like that. Let's see here. Reproducing the issue and further investigation, fixing identified errors. These steps are now complete. During this process, we also identified and addressed an issue affecting communication between plots, which occurred rarely under certain conditions. Okay. Verifying fixes. We're currently in the process of verifying our fixes. So the program on the internal development server previously announced an estimate of 3 to 5 business days to complete this step, but as we are checking everything with the meticulous care, it may require several extra days to be fully certain that the issue is resolved. Restoring lottery data. Same meticulous care is being taken with the lottery data in our internal testing. We are replicating the exact same environment on the public servers to ensure that the data restoration process proceeds without issue. Okay, so as the issue with the housing lottery system only affect the housing servers, patch 6.11 will be released Tuesday, April 26th, so that means on Tuesday, I guess. As scheduled, to ensure the lottery system is fully stable. However, the related fixes and data restoration will not be included in patch 6.11, but will instead be implemented in a separate maintenance at a later date. Okay. Okay. We understand the frustration this delay may cause, but as we have patience as we take the necessary time to address these issues in a comprehensive manner. So we're still getting patch 6.11. I don't remember what was included in that. Doesn't really matter too much, I think. But basically we're not getting the lottery system updates anytime soon, or right away. But yeah. Suspension of plot purchases and relocation in patch 6.11. The maintenance for patch 6.11 will impose a temporary suspension of plot purchases and relocation for all players, including winners of the recent lottery. This suspension will continue until the fixes and data restoration for the housing lottery system has been successfully implemented. I think they already mentioned that before. We encourage all players to finalize their winning claims or relocation plans before Tuesday, April 26th, when the XIV maintenance is scheduled to take place. So basically just, I guess, if you have won a plot but you haven't claimed it yet, do it now, because if you don't, you're basically not going to be able to do that until they put out the fix. Like those of us who have had a problem. We once more offer sincere apologies to our disappointed players for both the issues we failed to detect and the excessive time required to fix and verify these problems. Rest assured that we are taking every precaution to ensure the smooth reintroduction of the lottery system, and appreciate your continued understanding and support. Okay. So we still don't know when it's gonna be done, but at least now we have some more information, I guess. So let's see, when was this other one released again? That was on the 18th. That was Monday, so let's see, I'm guessing that we might hear something. I'm gonna assume that we might hear something extra regarding this whole thing. Maybe on Tuesday. They might give us some information on Tuesday. Maybe a little bit later, I don't know. But we're probably gonna get another like housing lottery system issue follow-up 5, probably on like at some point during next week. Assuming Tuesday might be a good like guess for when they have that. Also, what is in at 6.11? Oh yeah, I guess that's the start of the Maiden's Rhapsody. There's basically like a new event happening, or an event that has happened before, like in some previous years. It's basically gonna be the exact same thing apparently, but it's apparently a crossover with Final Fantasy 11's, like crossover between Final Fantasy 14 and 11. 11, I believe, was their previous MMO. Yeah, Final Fantasy 11 was a MMO as well. Came out like, I don't know, years ago. What was it actually? Oh yeah, initial release 2002. It's old. But yeah. Anyway. Gotta basically look at the things that I want to look at, so let's see.
What a charming little fishing village. Would that we were here for some relaxing sightseeing. But we have a villain to catch and a captain to save, so let's get to it. Meet me back here once you've gathered as much information as you can.
Okay, let's be with the potential eyewitnesses in Isari.
I haven't seen your mystery man, but I can tell you that mermaids have been a subject of some discussion around here as of late. You see, local legend has it that somewhere out there, far from the sight and grasp of the ordinary man, are what we Hinkins call the three wonders, mermaid's flesh being one. It is said to grant life eternal, be that for better or for worse. A few moons past, a young lady born to one of Kyogana's oldest, and wealthiest, families proclaimed that, should any gentleman presume to ask for her hand in marriage, she would accept nothing less than all three wonders as a dowry.
The fuck is happening outside? Someone's like driving around on a motorcycle or something?
It's a fool's errand, Certain enough, we Hingans love our fairy stories as well as any folk, but we know the three wonders are no more than fantasy. You have to admire her clever ploy to remain unwed, though, which is why it's the talk of the land.
Okay. Forthright villager?
A masked man carrying a mermaid. Frankly, I'm not even sure I could imagine such a sight, and I certainly haven't witnessed it. I did see a man with a curious mask, though. He made landfall in a small boat, and I assume departed on foot soon thereafter, as I haven't seen him since. I'd wager that he made for the XIV steppe or Yangtze, like most who pass through here.
Seasoned fisherman. That's the last guy.
A suspicious man, and a mermaid with him? No, there ain't many suspicious sorts coming round our little village. And you'll pardon me for saying so, but it don't seem likely that a mermaid would keep such company.
Okay. Okay, so Jolman.
Now that we're all back, let's share what we've learned. Hopefully between the four of us we'll have heard enough to go on. So though Nheza was indeed sighted, no one can confirm which direction he departed in. And, if your source is correct, Alpa is no longer with him. Did he stash her somewhere before landing in Isari? And where is he now?
The three wonders may provide a clue. According to folklore, the treasures are Merfolch, the jewel of fair souls, and the philosopher's fin.
I shudder to think of the young lady being forced to marry Nheza of all people, but based on his thefts so far, it does seem like he is collecting the wonders, or treasures with passing similarity to them, at least.
Indeed. If Tsukumo is his substitute for the jewel of fair souls, and your Alpa is meant to be the source of Merfolch, that leaves only one.
The Namazu.
Flesh certainly implies a level of dismemberment that I'm not comfortable with. We have to stop him.
Yes, I realize that. If you have any brilliant ideas as to how, now's the time. We can't allow him to stay one step ahead of us.
Okay. Yep, fish in a barrel. It's the Namazu.
We can say with some certainty that Nheza has made for either Yangtze or the XIV steppe, where he can only be up to no good, but it's also likely that Alpa has been imprisoned somewhere between here and Kyogani. So which should we seek?
I would be happy to ask the other members of the Divine Circle to search for your friend. There are no finer seekers of treasure on the Ruby Sea, and it would free us to continue tailing the thief.
While I would prefer to see to Alpa's safety myself, I can't deny that I'm at a distinct disadvantage in these lands. It probably would be better to leave the search to those more familiar with the area, while we pursue Nheza.
He's after the, what was it, now, Philosopher's Fin, correct?
If our assumptions are right, that's the only one left. And we know he's not too particular as to whether he lays hands on the real thing.
We're going to the XIV steppe, I'm guessing, and to the Namazu that we've been helping there, I'm gonna assume.
Shauna, do you have any idea what could pass for the Philosopher's Fin at a glance?
From so he gets to the Enlightened, sure talks enough. From Gyoke, seems an easy to kidnap sword. What was that?
A Namazu who speaks, and articulately at that. Yes, he does sound like a prime candidate. What you say is true, but one could easily call all of the Namazu who have mastered the common tongue Fin philosophers. We cannot count on our villain to be so selective, nor do we know if he makes for Yuzuka Manor, or rather Toro-Ilo.
Well, if potential Fin philosophers can be found in either location, I suppose we'll have to split up and cover both. I'll take Yuzuka Manor. Mjet can come with me, if only so that I can keep him from accidentally injuring anyone, himself included. Anyway, I'm sure the locals will be able to point us in the right direction.
Then we will hasten for Toro-Ilo. I only hope that we arrive in time.
And I'm guessing this is where he is. Because it wouldn't make much sense for us to go here and him not being there. Okay. Didn't know of the festival here.
I had heard word of the festivities taking place here, but I wasn't aware they would be so extraordinary.
Because he had heard about them, he just didn't know how big they were.
By the big one. Our comrade Infins. You are here to assist with our new project. Yes, yes. Our latest, greatest event? I interpret that as, I haven't the foggiest idea of what you speak, so allow me to explain, thoroughly. We are currently planning our most ambitious event to date, an exceedingly cultured performance based on the beloved Carol of Eld, Grey Kings of Orient. We have spread word of our upcoming masterpiece far and wide, from Kyogina to Yangzia, so doubtless a great many will be in attendance. By the by, sir, it is rare to see one such as yourself here on the step. Am I correct in assuming that you are an ambassador of the Kojin tribe? And how might I address you? My name is Kabuto. I am indeed a Kojin of the Blue, and the leader of the Divine Circle. We typically pursue treasure, but our quarry today is a villain whom we suspect is searching for the Philosopher's Fin. We have traveled here to stop him before anyone comes to harm. Oh ho, are you perchance speaking of the Philosopher's Fin as detailed in new records of ancient matters? One of the three wonders. Fascinating. But why seek it on the XIV step? I am quite certain the records make no mention of location. Ah, so naturally, having spoken to Shauna, you concluded that I would most readily be identified as the source of the requisite fin, esteemed as I am. Indeed, there could hardly be a more obvious choice for Fin Philosopher. Wait. I seem to recall from our many discussions that the philosopher will not be played by you, Gifu, Seijutsu the Enlightened. We decided on Gyuri for that role, remember? And we already made the costume to fit her. The role of philosopher? Perhaps we should hear more of this new event of yours. Oh, very well. In our upcoming performance, we reenact the journey to the west made by three kings in days of yore. Gyuri has been chosen to dress as the Philosopher King. One would think that the name is best suited for said role would be I, Seijutsu the Enlightened, most erudite and learned among us, renowned author of a meditation on the metaphysics of merrymaking, but Gyoshin continually insists. That's it? Nhazai must have heard about the performance, and learned that it would include a philosopher. That is why he made for the XIV step. If he also knows that she has been selected for the role of Philosopher King, Gyuri will be in grave danger. Where is she now? If I recall correctly, she spoke of traveling to the Dawn Throne to retrieve ritual offerings from the Oranier's stock. We've been running low, as someone keeps partaking without authorization. Then we must make for the Dawn Throne at once. With me. I was not really following that, no. But I am most confident that Gyuri's fins should remain attached to Gyuri. She needs those. It's all well and good for Gyoshin to sprint off to big one knows where, but it is hardly advisable for me to leave the festivities unsupervised. I will remain here, and inform Gyuri of the situation should she return.
Okay. Off to the Dawn Throne then. And see if Gyuri is there.
Goodness, how kind of the Oranir to share so much food with us. It will take more than a few Namazu to eat through all of this. Thankfully.
Oh no.
Oh, hello. Can I help you with something? Yes, yes. I'm supposed to believe that's the face of a philosopher? But I suppose a Fin's a Fin. And the client won't know any better, so in you go. What is the meaning of this? Let me out. Oh, no, no, oh. Stop, stop. He really was after Giri's fins. And now he has both of them.
Okay. That's not good. Also, there's no water down there.
He put her in a barrel. The horror. The indignity. What do we do?
That fish park, essentially.
We should speak with our comrades at Yuzuka Manor. They need to hear this, and may have an idea of where Nhazai would take his ill-gotten treasures. Can you contact them, Shauna? Nothing to report here. Have you had any luck? He's kidnapped a Namazu named Giri? That's not good. He's got all three of the wonders in hand, then. But if we are to assume that his sudden quest for the three wonders and the young lady's wedding dowry are connected, there's a good chance that he will revisit Kyogane at some point, whether to present the items to her, or to her would-be suitor. He would have to retrieve Alpa beforehand, of course, meaning that we finally have a chance to get ahead of him. We can return to Kyogane first, and be ready to snare him when he arrives. Let's rendezvous in Kyogane, at, say, the Bakaro Inn. I'll see you there. What did J. Olhaman suggest? Lay a trap in Kyogane? It could work, but we will need to return post-haste. We should tell Gyov, Seijutsu the Enlightened first. I am sure that he will have many thoughts on the situation. Maybe even a helpful one. Very well, we will speak with him before we depart. He is doubtless worried about Giri, and it would be unkind to leave him wondering.
Okay. So, store Elo, and speak with Yoshin.
I will find Seijutsu the Enlightened and be right back. Gyoshin has apprised me of the ill news. And you intend to apprehend the culprit in Kyogane? Yes, if we travel fast enough, we should succeed in reaching the city before Nhazai Jab does. I always have my travel hammer, travel awl, travel spinning wheel, and travel anvil packed just in case. I am most prepared. Ready to go, yes, yes. The sack will be a tight squeeze with both of us, but if you put Seijutsu in head first, and me tail first. Stop right there, Gyoshin. Exactly what are an artisan and a member of the Literati meant to do against an opponent who has foiled even Shauna? For us to blunder in without a stratagem would be the height of folly. No, these two ought to journey ahead to Kyogane, lest Nhazai arrive sooner than expected. Meanwhile, I shall devise an infallible plan based on the principles laid forth in the Smart of War. We shall join them anon. I do not know what those principles are. Not even a little bit, no, no. But I will do as you say if you think that it will help get Yuri back. What could he be plotting?
Okay. And let's see. Oh, that's the last one. What a wonderful world.
It might serve us to have a clearer idea of Seijutsu the Enlightened's plan, but we can wait no longer to depart. Come, we should hasten to the Bakero Inn.
Okay. Okay, so up to the inn. Try with the destination.
You two made good time. We left for Kyogana just after I spoke with you, and only arrived a short while ago ourselves.
Have you been able to learn anything of Enhaze?
We were successful in returning to Kyogani ahead of him, though not by much. He's already made port. We saw dock workers hauling a large barrel and squirming sack from his skiff, under his close watch, unfortunately, so whatever his plans are, they're likely already in motion.
The prisoners. Where has he sent them?
There's a large vessel docked at Pier Number 1, it seems Alpa and Giri have been taken aboard. I have MJet keeping an eye on the situation.
I saw that ship when we arrived. It's unmistakably the Kurobora Maru. If I recall correctly, the merchant Kageyama purchased it for a hefty sum some time ago.
Kageyama, you say? And who might that be?
A man easily as vile as Enhaze Jab himself. He once conspired to take Kyogana Castle, holding the Bujo hostage as he made ludicrous demands. Though thwarted, he used his wealth and influence to escape justice. He has taken to using this tactic recently, it is said, in pursuit of a bride, spending more gil than most will ever see in his attempt to snare the perfect woman.
A bride, Well, I think we've found Enhaze Jab's esteemed employer.
Hello, Shauna. It is I. You know, your favorite Miko Te. Dashing good looks, ladies man, future nun of the M tribe. Yes, well, I'm afraid that we have a problem. One that requires your immediate attention, that's why I contacted you. It's vital that you hear this as soon as possible. I've been dutifully keeping watch by the Kurobora Maru and Alpa and the Namazu have just been brought out on deck. We don't have much longer until our mermaid becomes mermaid's flesh. I would love to continue this little chat we're having, but I rather think you should come to the harbor right away.
Was that MJet?
Yep.
This is our last chance, then. We must stop Enhaze once and for all.
Okay, down to the harbor then. That. Okay, so I think I can just. Oh, no. Blind apparently. I go further up. Ah, it's right there actually. And I'm guessing that might be the ship? Maybe?
There you are. We must hurry. Alpa is a dear friend, and I won't have her turned into mince by some scheming, and rather unattractive, I must say, villain.
This is like a specially animated cutscene, what it looks like.
Merfolsch. The Philosopher's Fin. And the Jewel of Fair Souls. With this, she can no longer deny me. And what a pretty thing she will be, beside me at our matrimonial feast. I can taste it now. I couldn't possibly care less about what you intend to do with the goods, so long as I am fairly compensated. And speaking of payment, I think it's time that we finish up here. I need only carve the meat.
Yolan, guessing? Yep.
Not a chance.
Finally caught up, have you? Though I doubt you have much more to offer this time around. Jaolhaman. That was dirty. What, afraid you couldn't defeat her in a fair fight? I merely prefer to spend my time on foes that are actually worthy, or at least suitably entertaining. But if any of you believe you will present a greater challenge, then by all means. Very well. I will defeat you myself, and have you return Tsukumo here and now. I see them. They are most visible. Ramming speed, yes, please.
Wait, what? What the fuck, Yoshin? They're gonna crash. Fucking white eyes. Jesus.
That whistle, it's the Sekizigami. Pity. I was just beginning to feel a twinge of excitement, but I see I must take my leave. Ahahahaha. Farewell, Eastern Beastman. This little chase has been most amusing. Perhaps you may entertain me again someday.
Is this boat gonna get blown up or something?
Not this time. As the future nun, and a friend to Jaolhaman and Alpa both, I cannot let these crimes go unanswered.
It's been a pretty common thing that every time he tries to leave at the end of the quests, he gets blown up.
Trust me, sometimes you have to learn the hard way, how to
Treat a lady.
Seven hells. Oh, now we find the one with no powder.
Oh my god.
Gwahahahahaha. As if explosives would save the adventurer's gaggle of misfits yet again.
Oh! There's a shark. Okay. Does that mean he's actually dead now? Or what?
Now we only need to ensure that Kageyama meets with justice at the hands of the Sekizigami. That may pose a problem. Where has that eel slipped off to? He makes for Kaganadori. Shauna, with me. We can meet at the Bakero Inn afterward. I will carry the wounded there. We're counting on you.
I guess he might be dead, but maybe not, because we didn't see him literally die, just, I don't know, just get dragged under. Like the other times, the other two times that we have seen something happen to him, he's just been like blown up, like on like on a boat or a ship or something like that, but apart from that, we don't really know what happens.
You need not push yourself, Alpa. You have only just been freed from what must have been a very trying ordeal. I'll be fine. As captain of the Velodina Gatekeepers, I can't let evil go unpunished. There. What? How did you? Well, no matter. You may have followed me this far, but no further. Paupers of Kugane. Behold my loose change. Oh, free money. Pardon me, sir, but if you could move a bit to the left. Ma'am, it is imperative that we capture this villain. They're not listening. Ha ha ha. Just look at them, scrounging at my feet. It pays to be wealthy. Please, leave this to me. You're wasting your time, Little Mermaid. I'm a master of monetary manipulation, and no one is easier to control than coin-starved commoners.
Guessing she's able to just slide through all of them without any trouble. Or not? Oh yeah, she's able to control gold, I forgot about that.
What is the meaning of this?
She turned into a
cruel
jellyfish.
fate. Why do you mock me? Well done. But why a fish? I saw one on the Namaz's strange contraption earlier. It was so cute, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. I don't even like fish. I believe it's time that you accepted your fate. Yes, I think that's quite enough escape attempts for one day. You've made it perfectly clear who the villain here is. Right, my Sekiziga my friends? You can't do this to me. I have a woman to coerce. A matrimonial banquet to consume. It seems that the matter is resolved at last. Shall we go and inform the others?
Okay, and that's the last step. Now I just need to go and talk with Alba. Up there.
The innkeep was kind enough to call a doctor, but it seems that no one has more than minor injuries. And apparently, there's no better treatment for scrapes and bruises than the Bokaizen hot springs. I guess we'll just have to visit them again.
What is this? Apparently someone in FC wants this made. Basically have a that's level 80 stuff. Can't make that. But yeah, essentially my FC has a glamour contest tomorrow, like an hour after I end the stream, and it's basically like arrive in a glamour that is, I don't know, based off a movie character. So yeah, I basically have a glamour setup that I'm going as. I'm not gonna reveal it right now. I'm thinking maybe like at the end of tomorrow's stream we'll do that. Okay, let's apply this again, like that.
The innkeep was.
So we're going in the hot spring apparently again.
Let's continue where we left off before we were so rudely interrupted, shall we?
I'm so sorry, Alba.
What? You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. Not now, not ever.
It's my duty to protect you, and I failed utterly. Then it took so long to free you, and I couldn't even manage that without help.
Maybe not, but the rescue wouldn't have succeeded without your leadership, not to mention how you saved me from being sliced in two. You may not be able to do everything yourself, but I couldn't ask for a better second in command.
Alba, thank you.
I'm grateful to everyone else too, of course. Shauna, Kabuto, Gyoshin, MZH. Hold on, where's MJet?
Maybe he's still changing?
I do have the mask.
Never fear, it is I, MJet. I discovered this floating in the sea after Nhaze disappeared. How do I look? Rakish.
I'm throwing that back in the sea, and you along with it.
Guess you didn't actually mean back in the sea, but just look around, I guess.
Just when you think he's learned something.
If I may ask, Gyoshin, how did you know to find us on the Kurobora Maru?
Wait, I feel like that post reminded me of something. Hold on. Okay, first of all, I need to remember what that character's name is. And why am I blanking on that? Oh yeah, okay, it's not quite that way. I thought it maybe looked a little bit like Yamcha's like death pose, but I guess it isn't quite that. Okay, let's see here.
It was easy to spot you from above. I knew that stuffing the Mikoshi with all of the cloud's breath in our stores was the right choice. Yes, yes.
My, how convenient. And I'm glad that you made it out safely too, Kirii.
Thanks to all of you. Being trapped in a barrel was harrowing, and fraught with splintery peril, yes, yes. But it was worth it for a chance to enjoy these hot springs together. If you say so. What is that gem in your helmet? It is most unusual. Quite unique. This is the soul of my dear friend Tsukumo, more valuable than any treasure in the whole of the Ruby Sea. He is what Nhazai stole from me, and I am truly grateful to you for helping me retrieve him. As Kirii said, despite our tribulations, I feel fortunate to have met you all. I hope that we can continue to strengthen our friendship now that we're all safe and sound. Then please come to our festival, yes, yes. We can strengthen our friendship and all of our assorted limbs by carrying a Mikoshi together. And if you're ever in Eorzea, come to Alamigo. The Velodyna gatekeepers will give you the grand tour, and you can stay at the Castellum.
Okay, with that we also get the gratuity emote.
You have achieved allied reputation with the Kojin, the Vera, and the Namazu. Furthermore, you now have access to a wider selection of wares from Shikadahi, Madara, and Gyosho. You have learned the emote gratuity. Through your efforts, the most prominent beast tribes of Alamigo and the Far East have forged bonds of friendship that promise to remain strong through the years. You are a hero to beastmen across many realms.
Okay. And we get the achievement East meets West, or West meets East. And we get the Kageyama Killer achievement, or title. Okay, let me see here. Grab one of these. That's the wrong one. Let's see here. Cast Clamor. Ooh. Go. Okay, and then we also got the gratuity emote, which is basically just the you basically just throw out Gil, or I guess Koban, actually what it is. Might as well add that to my action bars. Let's see here. Next to Ultra Font. Yep. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. What do we currently now have available then from the different vendors. Okay, so from the Namasu we now buy a big one, Festival Float, and the Namasu mask. Big one, Festival Float is a outdoor furnishing item. I don't need that right now. And the Namasu mask is just a glamour item for the head. Wouldn't mind that one. From the Enanta I can get the wind up Kaliana. Basically just the blue clothed Enanta. There's a minion. And I can get Enanta Metalworks, which is a tabletop furnishing item. Okay. And from the Kojin I can get wind up Redback and some pillow, I think. I think both of them are minions. Okay, so what I'm thinking is head on over to here. And where is there's the vendor. And it's basically just this thing we get. The Namasu mask. It's so fucking dumb. I believe I am blanking what that race is called now. It is the the Rokugan. I think it's kind of a meme that some Rokugan players, like male players, essentially just make their skin like Namasu gray, and then they will just like stand around in just their underwear, just with the head, so they just look like a giant like humanoid Namasu. It looks so weird. Alright, so we got that. Let's talk to Tamisu. Get the here. Get the 2 pets. Oh, wrong person. Just confused there for a second. So you already got all that. No accessories. Other. Get that. Get that. And I think these are now also available. Might have been made available now. These are just the different permits, so you can have those in your house. So that's and let's see here. Oh yeah, the other day I also got an otter pet from some ventures. I sent some of our retainers on. And then there's this thing, which is basically just a stationary pillar you can spawn in. You can basically like, I don't know, use it for like sitting on, or like roleplay-esque. Okay, and then I need to go to the Enanta. And get the pet that they have. And then we just need to sort of figure out what the hell I'm going to be doing for the last like 3.5 hours of the stream. Because I basically posted a Twitter poll here yesterday, I think at around, I think it was around, I don't know, I think it was around like 1 or 2 o'clock. You're the wrong person. Let's see. I basically posted a poll yesterday on Twitter, basically being like, hey, I have some ideas for what I could do. I don't know what I want to do exactly, so here are some options. No one voted. I didn't get any votes, so or for that matter, barely any interactions with the post. Even though I also like quote tweeted it, retweeted it a few times, didn't get any reactions, so a little unfortunate, but oh well. Let's see. So, what I'm thinking is, I'm gonna quickly find the poll that I had, and then I'm gonna go ahead and just add all of those like a, I don't know, something that can basically like decide things for me, because I essentially have the following 4 things that I thought I could do for like the stream basically. 3 of them are gonna be like things that I would have to do today and tomorrow and potentially even like next week, depending on how long they take. But it's essentially the Omega raids, which are Stormblood, just kind of like essentially think Bahamut and the Binding Calls of Bahamut raids and the Alexander raids. So 8 main raids, where there's like 12 of them in total. And then there's 2 alliance raids that I have access to that I could do. One being Shadow of Mark, and the other being Return to Ivalice. And then the final thing that I thought of was basically just doing Crystalline Conflict, which is the new PvP mode. I've been doing a little bit of it, and I honestly find it kind of enjoyable. It's a little bit hectic at times, and it's depends a lot on whether or not you get a good team, or whether it kind of depends on whether or not your team versus the opponent's team, which one is actually the strongest. That can be very much up in the air. But yeah, and it's so far a decent PvP mode, I would say. Plus, it's also way faster than Frontlines. Jesus Christ, it's so much faster. But yeah, let's see here. Okay, so let me pull up this. Spin the wheel. Okay, so let us copy these things over. We have the Omega raids. And Shadow of Bark. Might as well just move the raids part, because that's not really relevant. Didn't want to spin. This one doesn't count because I didn't have all 4 entries in there. Close that. Doesn't count. I'm trying to click that thing. Okay, and Crystalline Conflict. Alright, let's see. What am I gonna be doing? Looks like the Crystalline Conflict then. Okay. So, guess we're gonna be doing that. Or at least like I would say a few hours, perhaps. Let me just quickly go to Twitter, or not Twitter, Twitch, and change up things. So doing some crystalline conflict. Yep. Okay. And we might as well just head to the wolf's den. And I'm gonna assume that there's a lot of people here, as there usually is. Probably so many that it only loads like people that are close to where I am. It kind of seems that way. There actually seems to be slightly less people than usually is, but I guess there is still like a lot of people here, considering that it is PvP. Which used to not be as popular, to be honest. Alright, let me just quickly do this. I think I might as well just send my retainers out on missions. And let's see. You know what? Kind of thinking maybe I could also go ahead and take a small break for a little bit. Because I'm kind of thinking I kind of want to get something to drink because I feel a bit thirsty. Plus, I also kind of want to maybe quickly use the bathroom a little bit. And also just stretch my legs. So, how about we do the following? Where's that thing? There it is. Okay, it's finally loaded. Let's see here. Let's see, we've currently been streaming for like around 2.5 hours, so let's try and see here. If we go till okay, I'm thinking if we go ahead and have like a basically thinking 30-minute break ish, that way I can get like something to drink, maybe something a bit of a snack, maybe, I'm not sure, and people can basically like stretch their legs and whatnot. I should probably also before I do anything else that one. Let's pull that out there. Like, this is one problem that I have with the PvP areas. Action bars do not carry over, and I can't really do the like special like action bars that over and over here because they don't work. I can't copy abilities from like Pugilist or Marauder or any of the like base classes to hotbars here because we're in the PvP area. Can't use those. Can't do that. Here at least, so that's a little bit annoying. But yeah. Busy thinking. Go to this. So yeah, I'm gonna be back in like 30-ish minutes. I might be back a little bit before. I don't entirely know yet. But yeah, shouldn't be too long. Maybe I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I don't know. And I'm just saying 30 minutes just in case. But yeah. I guess I'll just see you guys a little bit later from now. So yeah, see you in a bit. Okay, I think we might as well just end the break here. End up being what, like 23 minutes? Okay, so on that again. Alright, so yeah, during the break I basically ended up changing over to a different class that I have, which is Dragoon, because I feel like Dragoon is a lot easier to basically play in PvP than Ninja, because Ninja's sort of PvP abilities are a little annoying in my opinion, due to the fact that all of the jutsus are tied to one button that then makes every single other ability into a jutsu, which I don't really like. Whereas Dragoon is a lot simpler. If I go over to actions, you can see here that we have essentially what's that, 6 abilities that are sort of fighting oriented, and our limit break, which is this one, and then 3 or 4, I guess, like universal. We'll take 6 actually, or 5, but essentially just 4 universal like defensive abilities. We have our Wheeling Thrust combo. It's basically just an attack that we press it and it just cycles through Raiden Thrust, and Claw, and Wheeling Thrust, just dealing progressively more damage. We have Chaos Spring, deals damage, and absorbs or restores 100% of the damage dealt as HP. We have Gearskol. I don't really know how to pronounce this, to be honest, but it's essentially a line AoE that deals damage. Gives us Life of the Dragon, which increases damage dealt and the damage that we take by 25% for 10 seconds, and it also changes the attack into Nastrund, which deals damage to all enemies in a line in front of me. Basically the same as Gearskol, and it also increases in potency and lower the enemy's HP is, so we can deal a lot of damage. We have High Jump, which is just we jump up to 20 yalms to an enemy and do damage to them, and it also gives us Heaven Sent, which affects the Wheeling Thrust combo. It basically changes that into Heaven's Thrust, which is a 10,000 potency attack. We have Elusive Jump, which sends us flying 15 yalms behind or backwards. It removes Heavy and Bind. It increases our movement speed, and it grants us First Mind's Focus, which basically changes Elusive Jump into Warm Mind's Thrust, which is basically just a 4,000 potency line AoE, which increases in power the further away I am from an enemy. It has a 20 yalm range, and it can hit enemies. It basically reaches the 16,000 potency at 15 yalms distance, which is the exact amount that this sends behind. So as long as we like jump behind or backwards, we can back up a little bit, we can basically get a shit ton of damage. Then we have Horrid Roar, AoE damage to everyone in a 10 yalm radius, and it gives Horrid Roar to enemies, which reduces the damage they deal to me by 50% for 10 seconds. And then finally we have our Limit Break, which is Sky High. We jump into the air, we can't be targeted by anything, and we can move around while we are up there. It lasts for 5 seconds. It also removes heavy, bind, and half asleep. And then once the effect, once we use this after the 5 seconds, or if we want to earlier, but we can basically just click on the same button again, it will do Sky Shatter, which basically sends us flying down from the sky and basically in a 10-yard radius, dealing 20,000 damage potency to all enemies. And it also increases when by 50%, which I guess means that it deals 30,000 potency to enemies that are within 5 yards of me. And it creates a barrier that absorbs damage that I take by 25%. So that's a pretty good one. We have Standard Elixir. It has a cast time, but it restores HP and MP to max. But is interrupted if we get hit by anything. Recuperate. It heals us, but uses MP, but it is instant, and it has a very short recast time. It's basically just an ability that you can, to an extent, spam. Whereas Standard Elixir is supposed to be used outside of combat. You have Purify. Basically removes every single debuff that we can get hit with. It does have a cooldown though, and it also does gives us a immunity to those effects for like 5 seconds after. We have Guard, which grants us immunity to all of those things as well, but it does reduces our damage taken by 90%, but we only move at 5 or 50% speed, and we can't use any other actions, otherwise the effect disappears, and it only lasts for 5 seconds normally. And then we have Sprint. It's basically just like increased movement speed, no matter what, for like infinite amount of time, until we basically use anything else. For example, if we use this, it immediately ends. But yeah, that's basically all of the important things about this. So, what I'm basically going to be doing is just queue up for casual matches in Crystalline Conflict, and just keep doing that. How many tombstones do I have actually? Yeah, I shouldn't max out on those anytime soon, but essentially just I'm gonna keep doing these because this is the series milestones that were introduced in 6.1. Essentially every single time we do a match, if we win or lose, doesn't matter, we will get some series XP, which will basically just allow us to like rank up to the next levels. And I kind of need to get all the way up here and like get multiple levels in this area, because I basically need a lot of those what are they called again? Trophy crystals, because in order to get all of, there's basically a bunch of achievements that we can currently get due to the Gordor event happening, which is also where this gear is from, and the title. I kind of want to get every single piece of gear and all the titles, which you get by basically getting all of the gear. The thing is just, all of the gear costs like a lot of wolf marks. If I'm not mistaken, let's see, 3 pieces of the gear cost 2,000, so that's 6,000, and then you just need all the gear, like helmet, chest, hands, legs, and feet. That's 14,000 wolf marks, and then another 4,000 for the weapons. You need to get that for every single class, with a slight exception for I believe it is Samurai, Reaper, Gunbreaker, Sage, Dancer, and a Red Mage. I don't believe need to get a weapon. also, or rather, there are also like it's mostly for like the casters, but most of the gear is like tied or basically just follows the whole usual thing of like, oh yeah, it's shared, so all the healers can use the same piece of gear. All the casters can use the same, and all the ranged physical DPS can use the same piece of gear. Not so much the case for some of the melee, for example, Gunbreaker and Reaper use unique weapons or unique armor. For some reason they have an inside pitch only for Gunbreaker and Reaper. Let's see, Paladin has a unique one, so does Warrior, and Dark Knight, and Dragoon. Monk and Samurai does share an armor set, and Ninja of course has its own armor set. You need to get a lot of these things. I will say some of these weapons are actually pretty cool. See, this one, it's kind of I guess. Love axe. I guess that one's decent. The White Knight, which I already have. Then there's this one, which I think is fucking cool. Actually, it's just like normal gloves, but with like glowing symbols on them. It's actually pretty cool, I feel like. Then Silver Wolves. I'm kind of like, when it comes to those. But yeah, you basically need to get like full armor, and for everything before Stormblood classes, you also need to get the weapon. And then you need to talk to the disreputable priest with all of it equipped. You need to be level 60 in order to equip this stuff. And then you need to receive a new title. And then you basically get a new title. And it's basically for Dragoon. And the reason why you want to get at least one of these titles is because if you get one of those, you can get these three achievements, which give some mounts. There's the Gozen Pipe, Inga Pipe, and Raigo Pipe. Basically needs 30 victories in the feast or crystalline conflict, while basically having the having a title from the disreputable priest equipped. Win 10 times in the front lines or rival wings. The feast is currently not available, it's basically been removed. Rival wings is currently not available either, so you basically have to do it in crystalline conflict and front lines. And then you also need to get a combined amount of victories from combined 60 combined victories in either front lines, rival wings, or feast / crystalline conflict. So basically, just for most people, it's just gonna be crystalline conflict because that's way faster. It's basically get queued up for. Like, if I queue up now, it's not even gonna be like immediate. Yeah, it's essentially immediate. Like, this is so fast, and like most matches only take like 5 minutes ish. Oh yeah, I didn't even mention why I want to get those trophy crystals. Basically, with trophy crystals, you can take those by, I believe they're called wolf collars. Each wolf collar costs 1,000 trophy crystals, and you can then use those wolf collars. Use one of them to basically buy 4,000 wolf marks, which is pretty nice, because that basically just means that, hey, you can get a lot of wolf marks by basically doing that. You basically have a map. Our goal is basically to take that crystal and push it up to the enemy's base. And yeah, that's essentially it. Let's see, they have a warrior, wide mage, and then some DPS. And we have a sage, and then just pure DPS. So maybe we have a slight advantage, I'm not entirely sure. Anyway. Over here. What's this? Have played a few matches of this, but it's been a little while. Okay. And I just got absolutely destroyed there. But at least we got the warrior. But yeah, essentially we just need to have at least one person standing inside the circle that is around the crystal. And as long as we do that, it will basically get pushed. But if there's one person standing inside, one opponent basically standing inside it, it will basically make it so that we limits. Looks like we have a few people basically pushing the crystal, but it's not really moving up the... Oh, we actually have gotten it as the checkpoint. And now it's getting pushed backwards. Oh shit. And I'm basically dead at this point. Or not. Okay. Okay. Checkpoint. Capture the checkpoint. Ow. Okay, we'll just have to get it in here. There we go. And we win. Okay, and we get 900 series XP and 500 PvP XP. Almost forgot to commentate. And we also get 500 wolf bucks, which is nice. And I believe if we lose, we get 700 series XP and only 250 wolf bucks, which is still nice. We need just 200 more series XP. Let's just queue up again. takes basically no time to queue up. You can do these fights or do this stuff so fast. Kind of curious. Okay, yep, that's been marked as this one, and also one there. Nice. Okay, just gonna wait 15 seconds. Get started. Yeah, these fights are really fast to get through, for the most part. Two tanks on our team, and they have a tank and a healer. Die already? I died. Guess we seem to be keeping the crystal sort of in the middle. Leslie's nice. And of course we get knocked up. Damn it. Thought maybe I could run away and heal, but it's not. It looks like we are currently keeping most people there. We're keeping the crystal. Okay, kind of pushing it. Okay, we have pushed it the furthest toward their base so far. That might change here soon. That was the wrong button I pressed there. It's... just heal up, safe side. That was really a dumb idea for that person to just jump in like that, and I just got absolutely fucking destroyed there. Okay, we're coming in overtime. I don't exactly know how overtime works in this case, but I think if it's the crystal's either lost or if we gain control of it for long enough, I guess we just win. Damn it. Okay, so they need to capture it, but we do have the advantage of having a shorter run back. Is that location? We're gonna have it at 30 and it's slowly rising. Oh, troll. Okay, that apparently just counts as a loss, essentially. Oh, nice. And we leveled up in series. So that means I can go here, earn that. And then you can go and spend that. Now there are a bunch of different things you can get here. You can get basically just a bunch of gear with this. I honestly don't really have too much of an interest in most of these things. At least not so far. Plus most of these things are like tied specifically to a specific class. I might try and get some of this at some point. I don't know. Depends on if I can like get enough trophy crystals, but the thing I'm mainly interested in is just not any of these things. It's wolf collars. I can go here and do this. And I have that. Can't speak. 5,000. 225 or 250 of yep, those. I don't remember. Had I started buying a different set of this gear? I don't remember now. Maybe for caster? Or not. Guess I could start buying some of the things for Summoner perhaps, because I am leveling up Summoner currently. Let's see, the current classes that I could get the titles for, at least right now, is Paladin, Gunbreaker, White Mage, Sage, Dancer, Red Mage, Reaper, Ninja, and that's it. I still need to level up Monk, Samurai, Bard Machinist, Black Mage, Religion, and then also Warrior, Dark Knight, and of course Scholar slash Summoner. But apparently this event is apparently one that lasts a long ass time, because they haven't released any like end date for the event. Let's see what to get. That's such a small little gun. Hand mortar. The hell? This is such a small little gun. Okay, let's see. I guess you should probably work on some of the ones, like some of the gear that I can at least use immediately. So that means I can either go Paladin, White Mage, Gunbreaker, Sage, Ninja, Reaper, Dancer, or Red Mage. Guess I could get started maybe on Ninja. So get the weapons and just place it over there. Alright. Guess I could just queue up for some more. There's also front lines, apparently Fields of Glory. And yep. Also that fight we were just in, that was a tie. Nope, that does not count. Does have to be a straight up win for it to count. Oh well. There we go. Okay. I have to wait for the 30 seconds to pass. And in the meantime, I can pour myself some water. We actually got the exact same, or almost the exact same matchup. The only difference is that they have a samurai. We have a bard. don't really know what these actually do. Okay, I died. Surprised that I actually survived that long. Okay, back to the middle. It's most of the enemy team is down now. Okay. I need to heal. Or, we won. Nice. And PvP rank up. Nice. Actually don't even know what the rank does in PvP rank thing. There is like saying like PvP rank 50 while with certain grand companies. Currently I'm going towards the Serpent Chaser, I guess, and Serpent Stalker, and Hound, and Serpent Growler. I'm actually pretty close to. And I need 600 more points before I can get that one. Let's see if I can get that. And whether I'm gonna lose doesn't really matter. I'm gonna be able to buy a new piece of gear with the move marks that I will earn from this. It's 1 tank and 4 DPS against 2 tanks and 3 DPS. We got their red mage. And I don't really know what I was doing there. I need to remember to actually use this to target enemies. And I used the wrong thing again. He wants us to make sure that we attack the red mage since they have detrimental effects. Okay, elixir. Got the red mage over there. Damn it. And we have a disconnect. Shit. I think they might have won. Oh yeah, they have almost certainly won at this point. Oh well. Still, serious level up. Nice. And I can buy some new gear, at least. One of the 2000 wolf marks ones. Okay. What's this? And let's see, to go to the emote thing from here, I think, or is it social? Ah, social. It's that one. Nice. Okay. Let's see. I started on the ninja stuff. Oh, yeah, there's also like accessories, but those are not needed at all. The only reason you would get them is maybe for glamour purposes. But in that case, I think you can also buy, I believe you can buy them at in the gold saucer, like MGP. Those are these things. But where's like glamour versions of them. So they have no stats or anything. Yeah, some of this could be used for glamour stuff. Alright, so might as well just get the face of the silver wolf. Okay, let's just queue up again. Is the Series XP actually increased now? Yep, it's now 3,000 instead of 2,000. That is how it works. I believe every single time you get to one of the like special things, like every 5 ranks in that, I think the required XP basically just goes up. I think maybe about like 8,000, but I could be wrong there. Hey there, Kenasaur, I think it's pronounced, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, welcome to the stream and thanks for the follow. I'm currently just doing some crystalline conflict, because I kind of felt like doing that. Let's see, we have a full team of DPS, and they have a tank and healer as well. Not gonna do too much, I think. Alright, let's see. Oh. Let's see if we can turn this into a win, or if we're gonna get stopped again. Okay, Horus charging in. There, and they're pushing. We need to get rid of those guys from that thing, otherwise this is going to be a very fast match. Also, I need to remember to, once we're done with this match, I need to move some of this UI stuff. Okay. One of the others wants us to focus on the white mage. Oh no. I need to heal, and I am almost certainly dead. Yep. This is not going that well, let's be honest, this fight. I'm pretty sure they're gonna win. They have it like 75% of the way there. And we only have like a minute and a half. Focus on doing most of our fighting down here. And of course get transformed. Oh god, this is such a bad battle. They almost have it at the goal. need overtime. There it's transformed. Okay, maybe we can actually win this one. Does feel like we have some pretty good momentum right now. I just noticed that I am at barely any health whatsoever. Just gonna quickly heal up. God damn it, I got killed there. We are ahead though. By a very small amount. I was really hoping that I could basically get a chance to sky high there. And we apparently got defeated. Damn it. Oh wait, I looked at the wrong team. We were slightly behind them. How did I actually do? Got the least kills, but I died the least, apparently. And I got the most assists. So, nice. Did middle amount of damage. Same with damage taken, damage restored. I was actually on the higher end. And I don't know what time is. Crystal? I don't know. Nice. Tombstones am I up to right now actually? 1,000. Okay. Let's see, still need 2,200 series XP in order to get to the next level. I think someone actually calculated how many matches you needed in order to get all like get all of the milestone things. Let me try and see here. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so according to this, people have basically calculated that, or I can see that, in order to get from level 1 to level 25, the bombstone battle pass thing, this is just 25 just to get this one, doesn't count further. You need apparently 108,000 XP. And then there's currently two PvP modes you can do. There's Frontlines and Crystal Line Conflict. Frontlines give 100 or 1,500 for wins and 1,250 for losses. Crystal Line Conflict gives 900 and for wins and 700 for losses. Then they basically calculate that if you only do front lines, you need at least 86 games. If all of them are losses, or 72 wins in order to basically max it out, or it gets a level 25. With Crystal Line Conflicts, you need 158 or 54 losses, or 120 wins in order to basically max it out. And then they basically figure out that Crystal Line Conflict is better in terms of like XP per time, in terms of time, where it's apparently most games of Crystal Line Conflict is around like 5 minutes, which is way shorter than Frontlines, because Frontlines are usually around like 15-20 minutes, however long they are. So yeah, it's basically just way better to just spam Crystal Line Conflicts instead of doing front lines, because it gives so little XP compared to the amount of time. Plus you just need to do so many of those battles, and gotta say, most of them are just one giant just chaos of just so many players just running around. Okay, I need to remember to do this. Because currently the progress bar for Crystal Line Conflict is right on top of the enemies, which is not exactly ideal. So I'm thinking make this smaller, and let's put that maybe over here, something like that. Seems about right. That seems good enough, at least for now. Because it is a little annoying that I can't see the target that I have. Okay, that's another map, I think. Maybe? I don't actually know if they rotate the maps or what, but I don't think I've actually played on this one yet. Maybe it has just been rotated, but I think this is the one that I've seen the most of in sort of promotional stuff. Because this one is like very small. I think it's like we basically just run down here and yeah, the crystal's right down there basically. Maybe I have done this one, I don't actually remember. Maybe I have. When we run on these, we basically just run way faster. Alright, focus on White Mage. Let's get them off that crystal. I feel like we're getting absolutely stomped right now. feeling that they are probably gonna win here. They won. They went into overtime there. It didn't die the most times. At least got a few kills. And I didn't get the least amount of assists. That's at least something. I did do the second highest amount of damage. Third most damage taken. And third most damage healed. Oh. Okay. Let's see. I've now been doing this crystalline conflict stuff for like an hour. I will say I personally think I get a little bit burnt out on PvP for like long periods of time. It's something that I just like will prefer doing more like in short bursts, so maybe I should try and do one of the other things that I had basically put into that poll that I did earlier, like yesterday. So, let me pull this up again. And of course it doesn't capture that now. Maybe I should actually do something here instead. Let's see. Transform, copy transform. Delete this thing. And add. Don't remember, can I use just browser here? Oh, that does not work. And that's the wrong one I was about to remove. Okay, well, I guess I just need to use a window capture then. Let's just paste the transform. There we go. Move it down there. And make it bigger. Okay, so we basically have this thing now. And it's gonna be either Omega, Shadow of Mark, or Return to Ivalice. And Return to Ivalice. So I guess we're doing that thing then. Okay. Alright, so let's like that thing. And now I need to figure out where do I start Return to Ivalice again? Also, should I be doing this before or after certain like things? Quickly check that. Just quickly searching when should I do Return to Ivalice? It doesn't seem like there's any like background things I need to know about this, so that's good to know. Let's see, there is... how many quests are there in this line? There's... 12 quests, 3 of which are apparently, I think, maybe somewhat fast. I'm not entirely sure. And there's 3 raids, alliance raids. I'm basically thinking we can get started on it today, and then maybe finish it up tomorrow. I don't know. Let's see here. We need to head to Kugana, I believe, and do the quest Dramatis Personae, or something along those lines. So, teleport far east, Kugana. We essentially have like around an hour and 45 minutes left of this stream currently. So hopefully we get at least some progress. Alright, switch over to Ninja. Oh, and quickly just display those again. Okay. This is a story of a series of quests.
There is a young maiden here who would speak with you.
Because essentially this is like the Crystal Tower, more or less, in terms of like quest lines. So it's gonna have some story, and apparently it, from what I seem to have seen, it's apparently required in order to do some content in Shadowbringers. I don't entirely remember what it was, but I think it's maybe unlocking an area called the Bostia, which is apparently an area kind of like, I think it's sort of similar to Eureka, as in terms of like stuff you can compare it to, but it's apparently a place you can level up really fast. But yeah.
Miss. The adventurer has arrived.
And here she is. The liberator of both Doma and Ala Migo in the flesh. I am Lena Murla, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi.
Is that she a person that I know? Apparently not. It's only introduced in this, but apparently she has a sister in Ishgard, who is apparently, I don't know, tied into the Botanist Guild, or into the Botanist quest line. Alright.
Is there a problem?
She does seem sort of familiar, though.
Mulji? That would be my sister. People mistake us all the time. Same profession, you see, and we do bear a passing resemblance. When last I heard, she was still assigned to the Botanists Guild in Gridania, poor thing.
Okay, so they actually straight up mention it. Maybe it's because I've done the Botanist Guild stuff.
But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because, actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer.
I think about it, I should probably also update the stream title. Just gonna quickly do that. Oh.
Alma, come. I found her. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke?
You see him just pouring some water.
Indeed it is.
Very short.
Please. I beg of you. Find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing.
Okay. Go up. Did I have a up? Oh, yep.
As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here.
Okay.
Gateguard Minagumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks.
Okay. Shuttle pilot. Nagasaki? Then...
Are you seeking a particular vessel? This landing sees the arrival of foreign airships from the Garlean Empire and elsewhere, as well as craft belonging to the Bakufu itself.
You should speak with Lady Lena. Thank you for coming, Shauna. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle.
Garlean airship? What? What is going on? Why are we dealing with Garleans, apparently? Wait, we're going to the big one? What? I've seen that thing in the sky. I thought it was just like scenery stuff, but apparently not. Wait, is it a theater group? I think that's... Is that fucking Bahamut's head? The fuck? There's this little note on one of the props. Let's see. Got a lot of stuff here.
Welcome to the Prima Vista, the most luxurious theater barge in all the land.
Kind of want to take a look around here. Got things for the set that they can change out. Some stuff behind there. Actors.
Not now. I am practicing my lines. In my head. I've no words for you, stranger.
I think it's up here. Nope. It's the makeup area. I guess just a general styling area. Guess this is where they might make some certain props or something. Costumes. And I guess wooden props. And I guess more places to basically prepare and such.
Don't be shy. You've nothing to fear from us. Well, most of us.
It seems like there's an area over here. Airship lift. I'm gonna assume we're gonna have to use that at some point.
The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company.
Okay.
You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop, at least, no known spies. Ask anyone and they will readily attest, the majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents, and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theater troupes domestic and foreign must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders? Well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval for the new emperor's policies obliquely, in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bass Lexental, daughter of Principal Genemies Sen Lexental. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, The Zodiac Brave Story? On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention. But beneath, it is something quite different. A fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript. For public performance, the play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troop. And by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here. Right.
Allow me, Lena.
Wait, Sid? Why the fuck are you here? What? Huh?
I've known Genemies since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kilgana looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Genemies and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peat ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the empire from the inside out. The troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the empire forced him from his home, Genemies never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. What I am trying to say, rather poorly, I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire, and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamagan or a Doman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper.
How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father, and in Garlean territory, no less? But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So, what say you?
I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress. I would make a poor adventurer or to shy from adventure. Let's go with damsel in distress. Has a bit of theatrical flair to it, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search.
Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. Ah, but I am getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me.
Guessing to the elevator. Yep. And I guess we went up.
Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genemies simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero. One whose efforts went largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants, that is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story.
One which begins and ends with Genemies becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genemies firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge, was it not, Alma?
That is correct, Master Garlund. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Naxia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert.
Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling.
When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others.
That does look weird.
My father called them Orosite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal.
Orosite, I feel like I've heard that before.
By the 12. It's magnificent.
Orosite, Orosite, Orosite. Okay, so we have dealt with Orosite before. It's basically the white crystal that can apparently trap an Asian. It's basically what has been used, like, I don't remember now, I think like twice at this point. It's been used basically a few times in the story so far. But apparently that's different than normal Orosite, I guess. I don't know.
Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather Orosite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid. But that is all it ever was, a tale.
My father would often tell us how the Orosite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research. And though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness? Or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly. But that would not explain the voices which answered him.
Alma. Who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders.
Oh, her brother, I'm guessing?
So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce. Enough, Master said. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble.
Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide.
I get the feeling that he's gonna be a bit of a dickhead.
Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. In all the time I have known her, she has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You are lucky to have her. But we would have you, Master Garlund. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genemies to his fate. I am sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastra, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth.
My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life.
The Empire turned Rabanastra into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garlund, but at the time, I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it.
Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital?
My father's fascination with Ivalician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city, long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Shauna's capable hands. She has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours.
Thank you, Master Garlund. We will not forget this kindness.
And I'm out of water now. At least in the big bottle that I have. Okay. Ramsa, Buzz, Alexandrian. It's pronounced.
Master Garlund seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. A city. Bolden. Let's see, how many steps are there in this? Not a whole lot, actually. And it also requires us to go into our first raid. Okay. Apparently there's 4 bosses. I have no idea what any of these bosses are. Like, limited or whatever should be looking out for with this. Let's quickly look that up. Maybe I'll just read the information while we wait for the queue to pop. Plus, you also have some cutscenes we need to watch, I guess.
Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on.
And we are moving. Is off to Dalmasca. We're just using one of the props.
We'll complete our descent to Rabanastra in the shuttle.
Ramza.
I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come. We are wasting time.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up getting captured or something happens to him, and she needs to go and help. Royal City of whatever that city was called. I'm forgetting what it was called exactly, and that is a big ass city. What the fuck?
According to my father, Rabanastra was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here.
Then, your father believes that Rabanastra sits atop the royal city of Lysalia, capital of Ivalis. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous.
Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Pa. Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others.
Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it.
Yes, yes. We can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter.
There's something out there, I'm guessing. Watching us.
You see? It is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No. The time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool. Do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her. Warrior of light.
A royal seat of Rabanastar successful. Okay, so this, like, that's fine. Okay, so first of all, let me just quickly check here. No one is one of those up. Okay, I guess just in here. That says more than 30 minutes. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Right there, that is not something I like. Well, while we wait, I guess we might as well just look into the strats for the different bosses. Maybe I can switch over to tank. I don't know. Kind of depends on how difficult this is, but yeah. Okay, so we have the first boss, which is I think it's pronounced Mateus the Corrupt. This boss has a number of distinct phases. Once you've memorized the pattern, you'll always know what happens next. Before pulling, mark the arena with the gather points for each alliance. One goes due north, one southwest, and one southeast. And there's during all phases. When ads are up, they need to be killed, no exceptions. You start the fight with several ice acers already spawned. They need to be taken out or they'll detonate and leave ice puddles that will hurt you later. Alright, so then there's something called Unbind. Then there's an arrow into Might Whisper. When Mateus casts Unbind, gather up on your alliance's marker. First priority is the nearest aquasphere. Needs to pop before the ice dancer gets to it, or you'll have trouble later. Each player should gather 2 of the blue orbs that appear during this phase, then stand off of the sparkling white track to avoid getting frozen. The water pillars will turn into Blizzard 3 pillars if the ice dancer touches them. 3 players stand in them, they will disappear. Any Blizzard 3 pillars that form need to be destroyed ASAP. With the players tethered to it will turn into snowmen once Mateus casts White Whisper completes. Then there's something called Rebind into Dual Cast into Blizzard 3 into Blizzard and Blizzard 4. Do the mechanics correctly. There will be at least one safe spot to stand when they're during the proximity AoE warnings to avoid dying. Healer should prepare large AoE heals to go off after the blizzards land. Then there's something called Suffocation Phase, where there's something called Flume Toads, which need to die as fast as possible. There's arena-wide. Let's see. Arena-wide effect causes everyone to get gradually increasing stacks of Breathless. If the stacks hit 10, you die, no exceptions. Each sword pop or drops an air pocket. On death, run through those pockets to drop your Breathless stack to 0. Several players will be targeted by or for line AoE attacks. Keep those lines from intersecting the air pockets to avoid popping them. Okay. Then there's something called Ultimate Phase. Several players will be tethered by ice orbs. They will slowly drift towards the tethered players. Don't let them touch you or you'll die. Keep the tether line pointed away from the raid to avoid hitting people with the narrow cone AoEs. The orbs periodically cast. As in phase 1, the ice Aecers need to be killed while avoiding their AoE bursts. Reassure guards will spawn, take them away from each other, or they'll tether to each other and become stronger. Kill the Assure Guardians before Mateus's ether bar fills up, or you'll wipe. He repeats the phases in order from this point until wiped or killed. Okay. There's Hashmal, Bringer of Order. Before pull, place gather markers same places as with the previous one. Stick with your alliance. This fight is far less forgiving than the previous one. Okay, so let's see. It basically just has a list of possibilities. There's Quake 4, raid-wide AoE, go through it. Jagged Edge, red circles that target and follow a random player. Avoid and keep moving until they stop appearing. Falling Rocks, circular AoE, avoided. Rock Cutter, Tank Buster, or Heavy Tank Buster, use mitigation cooldown. Extreme Edge, boss appears on western or eastern edge of the arena with one arm on fire and flies across, burning everything on the flaming side. Look to see whether the north or south side is getting burnt and move to avoid. Sprint is strongly recommended. There's Earth Hammer, proximity AoE. Look from where the hammer spawns and move to the opposite side of the arena. Control tower, tower spawn, and then drop when Ashmal cuts them. Any players caught underneath die. Command tower, big tower rises out of the center of the arena to lift Ashmal, avoided apparently. Submission tower drops towers in a Y-shaped pattern that leaves behind flames. Players running through get a persistent burns effect. Then there is Land Waster. It's an ultimate. If Hashmal's mana bar is full when this casts, it's a guaranteed wipe. Then there's something called Summon. Summons 2 golems that grow over time, kill them ASAP. Demolish, empowers and enlarges golems with each cast. Dust spawns 3 sand spheres that will explode. Massive damage if not killed in time. And then there's a fight sequence. That will apparently be Quake 4 plus Jagged Edge, then Control Tower, Extreme Edge, Quake 4, Earth Hammer, Rock Cutter. It's basically just a bunch of things listed here. Let's see, then we have boss number 3, which is Rofokal. I think this. The arena could be divided into back, front and left. I don't really know how this is explained, but oh well. Let's see, phase 1, at around 75% health, the boss will give a little speech. I walk the shadows, you will not see me until my lance has transfixed your very soul. We'll then retreat, and 5 copies of him will charge the arena. Watch where those copies spawn. Safe spots will be at the right side of the first and left. The last copy, at around 55 to 60% HP, he will do it again. There's phase 2 after the second split. 3 Archeo demons, I think it's pronounced, will spawn. The spawn points are at the triangle points around the boss's spawn point. Okay. Ethereal acceleration will be accumulated as long as the 3 ads are still alive. Each group must kill one of the Archeo demons. The arena around it will be shielded, so the other groups can't help. Think the World of Darkness, Cloud of Darkness, the 3 Cloud ads. Okay. Cal will circle the arena. Getting hit by him will inflict damage and a knockback. This phase will end if either all 3 Archeo demons are dead or ethereal acceleration has reached 100. At the end of phase 2, the boss will continue to circle the arena and slowly ride up into the air. At the highest point, he will execute Heavenly Subjugation and inflict damage according to ethereal acceleration. One can avoid most of the damage by running to the side of the arena, but at 100 it's a wipe. Then there's phase 3, Trample, so I guess it's an ability which it mentions below. That'll be followed by Cry of Victory. There's new abilities, Embrace, Pomp and Circumstance, and Dark Geese. Copies of the boss will charge the middle of the arena. Save spots are left to right. And Dark Geese will be followed by 5 copies of the boss charging the arena. Okay. Let's see. And there's the abilities. There's a Tank Buster, Chariot, target a random player and charge forward. Stay close to the boss. Cry of Victory will follow. Cry of Victory, a large cone-shaped AoE, may cover most of the arena. Follows Chariot in follows Chariot, or in phase 3 also Trample. Will deal moderate damage, but inflict 1 stack of vulnerability up. This Crush Weapon places AoE circles under some random players. Trample performs a round trip in a figure 8 or infinity. Safe zone is in the middle of upper/lower part of the 8 or outside of it. Will inflict serious damage, knockback, and 1 stack of damage down. There is Pomp and Circumstance, large proximity AoE. Placed under the boss will deal moderate damage. Embrace places bluish AoE circles around the arena, indicating a tendril-like AoE. Getting hit by this will apply a root for 8 seconds and deal a small amount of damage. Let's see. And most of the rest is not really important. And then there's the last boss. some of these bosses have a lot of text. Let's see. Argath is basically the name of the boss. The fight could be separated into 3 phases: pre-emptiness, emptiness, and post-emptiness. Arthur gives a little speech. I'm the truth from which you run. This marks one of the main mechanics of the fight. Argath will either wear the divine or the demon face. I don't know what that means. The divine face is a white face. The demon face is a bluish black face with red eyes. Argath also have a buff icons according to the face. The important point is to do it exactly as the command demands if he is wearing the divine, and the opposite if he is wearing the demon. Okay. So then there's emptiness. Watch the emptiness meter. If the shards of emptiness are not destroyed in time, this will reach 100 and you will wipe. Do not touch the outer edge of the arena. If it is a glowing bluish, it will apply a transfiguration debuff that will kill the player. Phase 3, the second gnawing dread, will be followed by Argath retreating and making the area a death zone. There will be a small circular safe zone area. Mind that you can only run into the direction of the arrow. I don't understand what that means. Argath will then jump back and use Soul Flick or Soul Fix. Okay, so let's see. There's here's abilities. Crush weapon. AoEs under players. Soul Fix. Point blank AoE around the boss. Fire 4, area wide to moderate AoE. Crippling blow, tank buster, trepidation, places meteor-like circles around the arena, having 1 player stand in each one. To avoid a lot of damage to the raid, unrelenting. 5 cone-shaped AoEs with safe zones between them. Always face this AoE away from the main tank. By this will apply a crave debuff. The confusion or similar. Okay. Judgment blade. Places 4 square AoE markers around the arena area. There's apparently more in phase 3. Do not step in them or suffer a strong bleed debuff. 2 players will be marked with bluish swords. After a few seconds, those players will drop AoEs. They will fire large line-shaped AoEs crosswise. And then there's a suggestion: drop the marker in the middle. Reason Argath will drop Cold Blood soon after. Cold Blood is a proximity AoE dropped by Argath somewhere. Be as far away as possible. Let's see, there's then Royal Blood. Argath will summon Shades. And it suggests that you just stack them up and AoE them. Then there's Empty Soul. Argath will summon Shards of Emptiness. Stack them and AoE them. And Gnawing Dread applies temporary misdirection. Players can only move in the direction of the arrow above their head. Okay. Let's see, then there is the commands. After about 3 seconds, the command will be executed and the player will be judged. Be sure to do what is expected or be punished. Failure will result in damage and 1 stack of unnerved. There is divine command, turn. If it's a divine phase, turn away from the boss. If it's demon phase, do not turn away from the boss. And divine command, flee. And it just says it's divine phase, continue to move, i.e. running, attacking. And then there's demon phase, which is stay near Argath, do not attack, and do not move. Okay. Okay. That seems a bit weird. Okay, but let's see. Debuffs. Apparently also explains those. Unnerved, suffer more damage per stack. Suffer crave at 3 stacks. The duration is 6 seconds. Refresh on new stack. Crave, be turned into a chicken and run away from Argath for 7 seconds. Then there's Transfiguration, which was the thing outside that is apparently just really bad and you shouldn't get hit by it. So we'll try not to do that. Is the last DPS gonna accept? Come on. Really nuts. Accept. Thank you. Oh, it's been some time since last did a alliance raid.
Before us lies the royal city. My father is somewhere inside. I can feel it. These are no ordinary birds.
Okay.
Something foul prevents our crossing. Where its numbing breath. You do not fear me. You will.
Oh, that's the first boss, actually. Okay, I can definitely see that I need to...
Goddess of ice, be my blade.
That off. And I gotta say, I have completely forgotten all of the stuff that I basically saw.
The ice burns hotter than flame. You are branded for life.
I'm not doing my combos correctly at all. I'm basically just like completely wasting things.
Protect me from evil. Freeze, dark waters. Steal my body. Steal my resolve.
Just stand over here.
Let the itcher flow. Let it birth the mire that will drown mine enemies.
It's almost dead.
You have not yet seen the limit of my reach. Sid was not mistaken in his assessment of your skill in battle. Still, I worry that something even more sinister awaits us ahead. Seek bandits. It appears the deplorable creatures are here to raid abandoned homes.
Just gonna kill a bunch of black chocobos, apparently. Okay, I guess get away from that. And we got mimics.
My father mentioned the Empire using their might to put down rebellions within the city, but this destruction is too widespread. What if that creature we fought earlier? Another of the twisted others. This is not the work of the Empire. Something is wrong here. Without order, creation is doomed to descend into chaos. I bring that order. You will kneel.
Say that.
To maintain order, one must first have control.
Okay, don't get hit by that.
Come. The cleansing flame will seal all wounds.
Go to the side.
Seeks order. It will not suffer the chaos you peddle. Nor will I. Why do you resist? Resistance will be met with retribution. The land shall bury your screams. To defy order is to defy creation itself.
Over here, yep. That up. Okay, I'm standing in a safe spot.
Come. The cleansing flame will seal all wounds.
Supposed to, I don't know, or here I guess?
Even the laws of life itself are mine to bend. Rise sand. Rise stone. Heed my bidding. Your order is a lie. Again, you have proven your worth to this expedition. Let us see what lies beneath the city.
This.
More bandits, despite all the creatures we've encountered. I know not whether they are brave or foolish.
Okay, I'm guessing there's something in the chest. Yep. Yep, just noticed that there was something called that those arch lines was it casting Rand's voice. Into a big hole. Okay, we've entered the Garamsith waterway.
Welcome to the Garamsith waterway. These tunnels are said to have existed since before even the kingdom of Dalmasca was born. As the city grows, channels are widened, and new outlets dug. I would venture that some of the pools are so deep, no one alive has ever seen their bottoms.
Oh, another water swimming section.
We departed Lysalia in...
I don't need to read any more of that, I think. Guess you can read it for lore stuff, probably. Okay, and we get swept away. Cool. World City of Salia.
These ruins. We are no longer in Rabanastra, my friends. This is Lysalia. The Lysalia of Ivalishan legend. The creatures here are not mere beasts or void sent. The secrets that lie beyond must be ones worth keeping. Hark! What army marches on Rokokal's domain? Ill fortune befall all who dare gaze upon me.
Okay, I don't remember really too many things about this guy's mechanics.
An inescapable hell awaits you all. Walk the shadows. You will not see me until my lance has transfixed your very soul.
Okay.
Sound the battle horns. Soldiers, to me.
As we just go to Joe 1. Okay, got this one. There should probably have been more in there. Okay, I managed to do it
The heavens tremble
before.
in my wake.
Got to lie there. Above us somewhere.
The Orosite. Gaze upon its undying brilliance and know true fear. Ha 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 ha. Even a hound knows when to turn tail. Would you have us think you less than chattel? Ride in the land's embrace.
That. Ready to follow it. that attack. A few people died there. Okay, out of that. %, health max. Oh, that hurt.
Without light, there can be only darkness. Born of darkness, born of night, come forth, my children. The tip of my lance is already at your necks. Submit, or die. Drown in my darkness.
What? I didn't understand what it was supposed to do there. Like, at all. That was like one mechanic that I hadn't really read up on.
Die a good death. Any doubts I had of your participation in this rescue I have no longer. I was wrong to place mistrust in Sid and my sister's judgment. Now let us continue on. I sense we are close to our goal. The air here feels wrong. Can't you sense it? Death awaits us in yon chamber.
Ew. Okay, that's so that horror site. And we have a countdown thingy. It was apparently cancelled.
Who dares disturb the slumber of Argath Fadalfos, rightful king of Ivalice?
It is to be a fight, then.
Descendants of House
I am only too happy to oblige.
By my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
Like sheep before the wolves.
And the fight has already been started. And I wasn't even there. Great.
I am the truth from which you run.
Truth from which you run.
But
You'll be judged.
okay, I apparently did it incorrectly there. I was not ready for that at all.
I am revelation. You will be judged.
I apparently did that incorrectly as well. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Crawl forth from the shadows, my pet. You are but blood to stain the circle. Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare?
Of your own weakness laid bare. Maggots!
Shards of emptiness needs to be destroyed as fast as possible.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing. I am the lies upon which you suck.
Okay, I
You will
believe
be judged.
I got doing
The
correct.
world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Okay, I can only move in a.
You are but blood to stain the circle. I am revelation! You will be judged. I am revelation!
What is it? Keep staring.
You will be judged. The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
And right now I have this to deal with. And it seems like several people did not know how to use that mechanic thing.
Fool is the dog who bares his teeth before the gods have no eyes for cattle. Like sheep before the wolf.
Here we go. Find everyone. Let's do one of these. Okay. Zodiac Thriller.
Where am I? This body, it is not my own. Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
What? That's some new music. Isn't it special for this thing? Let's see. Have any of these? I don't have that one. Nice, got that one. And all the loot has been distributed. Missing their father.
Where am I? Father. Ramza. And, the warrior of light. Yes, I know of you. But that you should come to my rescue. Words, fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. The term you're looking for is thank you. Upon which note, I, B.A. Gamnon, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, warrior of light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the Orosite, unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick. Gijik here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one. She will bring it to me. Yes. This is it. The Duma.
The what?
And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma. Wahahaha.
Wait, what?
Enough, Wajai. We would not have our guests think us underbred. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Of course. A Bangat is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. Father. You've only yourselves to blame for this. But if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods. Not that they are listening. Wahahaha. Get up, fool. We're leaving.
Oh, I guess he's not dead. He's just holding on to something. Yep.
You're going to be all right.
We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on. We must get him back to the Prima Vista.
Okay. There are definitely more people around here now that I can talk to, and just in general.
Genemies remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to CID. I hope you don't mind.
Alma, Ramza. Can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid. It was never my intention to put you to such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genemies. Besides, it was Shauna here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her. He is right. I have done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. So, if I understand correctly, you're saying Orosite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Isael and the Archbishop.
If I understand correctly, you're saying Orosite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon. Okay. Don't remember that being the case, but alright.
But rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Charlayan allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Errol, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story, but as I have discovered, there was another. Two others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then,
To prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalian legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings.
but I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma. And that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling. My purpose. My family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genemies Sen Lexental, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Urislam. Urislam Duri. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Duri Papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era.
Okay.
You are tired, father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oranduri crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oren found himself in the service of the Pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Warren believed the people of Ivalis had a right to know the truth of Ramses' involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic, and had him burned at the stake. The Dury papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults, the truth about Ivalis along with them.
What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing?
The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles? A secret family legacy? Not that I doubt you, Genovese, but how do you expect to convince people of all of this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalis to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalis was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago. But, alas, it is not. The Dury papers, you see, are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers.
Then the diary stolen by the Banga bounty hunters.
I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages.
Then we're back to where we started.
Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated passages. And, of course, my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do.
It is as Master Garlund said. He is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalis' grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe. Please.
That Orsite's gonna play some role, I feel like. Okay, speak with you.
After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalis exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Shauna, then I'm in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you.
We get protagonist theme and background story. Okay, let's see here. That was City Fallen. So now we have apparently 3 quests without any raids we need to do. But it seems like, oh yeah, some of these are very long. We only have like around 6.5 minutes until we basically hit the 6-hour mark, and we are not finishing up this today. That much is certain, because there's still like 2 additional raids, and I am not gonna be doing those today. So let's see here. What's that? That. And that. Let's see. A few pieces of gear from in there. That actually doesn't look half bad, to be honest. That's for ranged. Doesn't look this. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually. Let's see. This kind of looks like it could be some pretty cool climber gear. Gotta lie. Anyway, this is basically just gonna be where I start ending the stream then, because yeah, there's like 5 minutes until we hit the 6-hour mark. So let's switch over to this scene and let's see here. Who could I potentially raid? Alright, so I can see that I have up to several people that I could potentially raid. Let's see. Who to go for though? Oh, I just noticed that I forgot to just make this play basically the game audio. I keep forgetting to basically fix that somehow. I don't know why. Let's see. Could potentially go ahead and raid you, maybe. How long have you been streaming for, though? That's a question. 7 hours? Okay, that's a bit more on the maybe sort of side, because it depends on how long you usually stream for. Okay, so do stream for a long time sometime. You know what? Sure. Thinking we'll just raid Willem Bustler. He's currently playing some Fable 3. And I think he is in a Discord call with another person. I'm not entirely sure who. But yeah, there's someone at least. Alright, so let's see here. Next stream is gonna be tomorrow. I'm slightly forgetting what it is that I put on my schedule in terms of when I start. Alright, so I usually start at 12 and end at 6. The evening, currently it's GMT +2 that my time zone is. But I've changed it a little bit. It's basically just starts 1 hour later, so it's at 1 p.m. and ends at 7 p.m. instead. That does give me like 1 hour to basically make dinner before I I have to be back at my PC in order to be ready for an event in my FC, which I think I mentioned earlier. It's basically just a, I don't know, what should we call it, a movie glam contest of sorts, is the best thing that I can describe it as. And yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go exactly, but hopefully it's gonna be, I don't know, fine. I have like a chance of winning some gil, I believe it was. Yeah, basically the first place prize is 500,000 gil. And you get to pick the, we basically also have movie nights in the FC sometimes, and if you win the first place, you basically get to pick the movie for that happens Sunday, which previously I would not be able to actually pick a movie for there, because I wouldn't be able to watch it, because work the next day. But as I wrote on Twitter, I've been fired from my job, which I actually don't really mind. The reason I was fired doesn't fuck up my way of getting money from my I think it's like unemployment benefits, but it's not technically that. It's, I don't really know what it's called exactly, but the reason basically makes it so that I shouldn't have any trouble still getting money from not being employed. And yeah, don't have to go to work. Do have to start like applying to jobs again, and gonna have trouble if I somehow manage to get affiliate, which still hasn't happened despite the fact that I've been streaming for almost 4 years. That's actually also something that's gonna happen soon. I'm gonna have to have a 4-year anniversary stream. I kind of have some things that I kind of want to have done by then, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to like do a lot of work to get that stuff ready. So yeah, you basically have just first place 500,000 kill, second place 250,000, and third place 100,000. And apparently it looks like there's only 5 people that are participating, according to a post earlier, the FC. So I can maybe win. Mine is if my glam is good enough. Guess we'll see. But yeah, I guess I'll just be back tomorrow with some more Final Fantasy. We're basically just gonna continue with the Return to Iblis questline and the raids, and I guess I'll probably start streaming more often since I don't have work to do. So yeah, I guess I might start streaming again on Mondays, and of course the Yakuza streams are going to be able to be a lot longer than they have been before. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now so I can open up for my open up the door to my bedroom so it can start like getting less warm in here, because holy shit does it get warm in here, because of the fact that it's now like actually warm outside, or warmer, so my room doesn't get cooled as much, and I just basically have a PC that's running getting warm as fuck while there's like no like air flowing through my room. That shit gets warm very fast. But yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and raid Pitum, and yeah, guess I'll just see you guys tomorrow, and if not, then on possibly Monday. yeah, I guess until next time, guys, I'll see ya.